Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Does anybody hear any loud fans in the background? Especially when I have the music off. Does anybody hear any large fans? Does my voice sound weird? Me meowing at you does not mean food, Nathan. Me meowing at you does not mean food. Sorry, Nathan. Hope I didn't give you false hope. Trying to do? What am I trying to do? Where is the link that I'm looking for? It's there. Whoa, what the hell is this? Let's see here. That's what I'm looking for. Hi, Nathan. Why are you like this? There we go. All right. Okay. Hi, Nathan. No, it's not food time, Nathan. No, it's not food time, Nathan. Why? Whoops, this is the wrong screen. Also, that's not the right date. Huh. It's a bunch of stuff I forgot to set up properly here. Let me test something really quick here. I forgot to turn on cameras.
Hi.
Oh kitty, oh kitty. Oh kitty, my kitty. Oh god. Oh. Hey, what's up, Archer Carter? I'm hot. SoCal has just been ridiculously steaming the past few weeks. It's crazy. It's crazy how warm it is out here. Oh, is it bad out there too? Jeez. Let me see here. Ugh. Ugh. What happens when I do this? Let's see. Oh, does that not work? Let's see. What if I did this? There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Interesting. Never thought about doing this. Let me see something. Weird. Why wouldn't that work? If I did this. Oh, weird. Huh. Okay, well, you know what? I'll take it right now. Let's do this here. Dude, it's ridiculous. Let's do this here really quick. Hello, everybody. Guess we're gonna do a little bit of pre-show banter over here. Especially because I can't really move my hand much at all. Oh, wait, I have to do this first. Yoink! Oh, that's not what I wanted. What the hell happened? Like that? There we go. What the hell is that? Everything is not working how I want it to work. Yeah, that's my hand right there. So, yeah, Nathan, do you know that that's a camera? Are you aware that that thing is something so people can see you? Because sometimes I feel like you know. Sometimes I feel like you know, Nathan. Yep, there he goes. Yep. Can't move my hand. Can't move my hand. Oh, yeah, Ford Corvette. I definitely saw. I've been tweeting about it all day. Because it's actually kind of depressing. So I always wonder if, like, cameras actually somehow emit, like, any sort of, like, weird pitch that us humans can't hear, but cats can hear or something. Dude, it's impossible. When Jasmine was alive, like every time I tried to take pictures of her, she would move. Like she would be frozen in the cutest position possible. Just like sitting there. And then as soon as I brought out my phone, she would just be like she would be sitting still and I'd go click and then she'd move every single time. I don't know how she knew. This guy is better at staying still because he likes staying still. Good kitty, good kitty. Did I post everything in here? I think I did. But yeah, obviously it's been an interesting week in fighting games. A very, very interesting. God, am I really like sweating this much? And I'm trying to like blow all this air conditioner for me over here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but like these are all like World Warrior assignments that I wasn't actually originally assigned to. But it seems like people are like unable to make it or stuff keeps happening. So they keep asking me to come back. So I've been doing a lot of World Warrior commentary. Which is fine by me. because that just means I have more work, to be honest with you. Can't tell, but I am staring into my cat's eyes right now, and he is staring back at me. We are having like this one-on-one look. Oh, you want your nose scratched? Ugh, okay. And then nose scratches usually mean cheek scratches. Yeah. Oh yeah, Luke is in good situation right now. He is in a very, very good situation, which is exciting to see because, to be honest with you, out of all the characters in Street Fighter 6, that have been considered really strong and kind of, should be nerfed and stuff like that, Luke was the only one that actually got nerfed to a point where people, no, it's a piece of tape, Nathan. It's a piece of tape. It's nothing, Nathan. It's a piece of tape. Why are you, no, don't lick the piece of tape. The piece of tape is old. Ugh. But Luke was the only one that really was nerfed to a point where he actually actively became significantly, like, noticeably worse. And, he was never bad. I don't think Luke was ever bad. But it was just, that whole situation, like me and David were talking about on the stream. It's just that they're, like, Luke is still, sorry, Nathan. Sorry, Nathan. That was my fault. Sorry, Nathan. Luke is just, he just was like the worst out of the Shotos, He didn't have anything specific as a Shoto that made him stand out. And that was the problem with him. God, look how cute he is. Jesus. It's unfair, dude. It's unfair. Like, how do you fight this? Like, how do you fight this? Seriously. Can I actually do this? Let me see. No, that's the display. Do I have one over here? I think I do. There we go. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, Luke is actually very good now. And, it is one of the toughest things to balance in Street Fighter 6, right? How do you balance it so that the several Shotos in the game can all be strong and strong in unique and different ways? One of the things that makes it harder is that the projectile is hard to be a factor anymore because the projectile in general is a weaker weapon. Now, it's still very, very good in a lot of ways, but you're not going to be able to say, Ryu is a zoner and Ken is more rushdown anymore because, being a projectile zoner is not something that you can do so easily. It's not an easy archetype to design in Street Fighter 6, unfortunately. So it's just one of those things that, how do you make Ryu and Ken and Luke and Mai and Sagat, and even potentially Terry. Although Terry is different enough. I know some people call Terry a Shoto, but he feels kind of different enough. But sure, let's put him in that conversation. Let's talk Akuma, right? Like, how do you make these characters all exist in a game and feel different enough from each other? So Akuma has the very natural and nice ability to just be, hey, let's make him extremely strong, but give him less life, right? That's always what Akuma has been. But the way that they've kind of designed, the characters in this game, I'm not even necessarily convinced that Akuma is necessarily that much stronger than a lot of the other characters, right? He doesn't feel like he's kind of broken in that way. In so much as that I'm not sure that Akuma actually deserves to have 9,000 health in this game. He does do a lot of damage, but it's hard for me to say that it's justified giving him that lowered life, which just means he's kind of just another Shoto, right? Sagat just became the medium punch king, and he has a better Jinrai than Ken has, right? The Tiger Nexus is better than the Jinrai that Ken has. So, and then Ryu just has like the special moves of insanity, the high blade kick, the Hashogeki. Jesus Christ, Hashogeki is so good. Like, light Hashogeki is like almost criminal how good that move is. Like, I think most people know, but like, that move is like one of the best specials in the game. It's actually kind of dumb how good light Hashogeki is. Like, it really has no reason to be as good as it is, honestly. But you know, it's really hard to make the Shotos different enough and unique and powerful in their own way. Like, you could try to make Ken's, you know, Dragon Lash better, because right now at lower levels it kills people, right? Dragon Lash is a terror at low levels. That's one of the hardest things about the concept of perfect parry in this game, is that a lot of things that are very, very powerful at lower levels become a lot weaker once you get into the higher levels, right? That's why Honda is, whoa, Nathan accidentally moved the wire. One of the reasons why, you know, Honda, like, I feel like that they're having trouble making him stronger is because if they do, he's gonna murder everybody in the lower ranks, and they don't want to do that, right? But, you know, he's a terror to lower ranks, but as soon as you get better at perfect pairing headbutts and butt slams, like, his quality diminishes pretty significantly, you know? And same thing with Dragon Lash. Dragon Lash is an amazingly powerful tool for Ken, but as soon as you start introducing perfect parries, it's just not as useful anymore. So they have to come up with unique ways to make characters stronger that work at higher levels and don't slaughter lower levels. Like, I really do think it's very hard for them to balance the game, because you can tell they're trying very hard to make sure when they balance a character that they don't make them overly strong and make them like super scrub killers, because you want to be careful of characters that make people quit, you know? And there's a lot of archetypes that have always been like that. And so you can tell they're trying to avoid that while trying to keep them balanced at the higher levels. And it is not an envious task. If they were only balancing for high levels, I think they could do a lot of other cool things. But I know that they're probably like, crap, I don't know how to do this. Like, how do we do? I mean, look at Lily, right? Like, poor Lily never actually gains like any like real buffs, because I'm not even sure if she's destroying people at lower levels, but I feel like if you buffed her just wrong, she would murder everybody at lower levels. And on top of that, I think she will murder everybody at higher levels too, as you guys all know. But, you know, I'm glad that Luke is strong again. I'm glad that they've made him better, and that he's going to be more significant in tournaments and stuff now, because it's been shitty to see that Luke has not been around. So oh my god, Choy Sauce, dude, how have you been? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a very, 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 very long time. I see you on Twitter every once in a while. But yes, that is the question that everybody gets. Why does Light Hashogeki on counter hit give you a full combo? Why? Why? Punish counter? Okay, I can see that. But just a freaking counter hit? No, no. Dang, really? All right, okay. Definitely digging into the family side of things. Luke can be oppressive, but again, like, if you talk about moves like the heavy flash knuckle and stuff like that, again, another move that's very good at fighting, you know, lower ranked players, but at higher levels becomes a little more easy to perfect parry and such. So it's a really tricky way to balance these things, honestly. After 5, they might as well call it Street Fighter 6 The Apology. Seriously, dude, because Ryu was so bad in 5. So, in a way, I don't mind that he's strong right now, because poor guy really did get kind of screwed in Street Fighter 5 for a very long time. So I'm not like, you know, super mad about it. But, God, like, the fact that he can do all these moves all day and just like have no punishment for it. I mean, honestly, like there's a lot of like little very subtle things they could do to balance these characters. Again, like you can balance. So for example, like one of the most interesting balances recently, and this is definitely stuff that they can do more often, was adding the my side boob. Honestly, I kind of want more stuff like that. Oh God, this is gonna get clipped out of context here, but you know, visual cues to things actually make a big difference when it comes to fighting game moves, honestly. And one of the reasons why Ryu is so like kind of messed up right now is because, like, you know, a lot of people complain about his donkey kick, right? The donkey kick is really, really strong. Well, one of the biggest reasons why the donkey kick is strong, well, like here, like, let's take a look at this really quick. I'm going to go open some frame data pages over here. So let's go to Fat Online over here. So let's take a look at this, shall we? Here we are. Okay. So let's switch to Ken, for example, here, right? So Ken, you know, Heavy Dragon Lash is definitely something that's very powerful. That's the one you got to watch out for. It's 28 frames startup. Or so. Let's take a look at Ryu for a second. I just want to check something. Like all of his Dragon Lashes here, his high blade kicks, right? Like the heavy one is a 27 frame startup. Now the other ones are significantly faster for sure. But like, even with a 27 frame startup, you don't see people perfect parrying the heavy high blade kick much at all. Like almost never, right? You almost never see people, you almost never see people actually perfect parry the high blade kick like ever. Even if they do the super long startup heavy one, right? Because that's the one that has like ridiculous range. Well, if you actually look at Ryu here, one of the reasons is that the startup is like, even though it's there, like it's kind of subtle, right? Like you can't really see it too well. And I guess you should be able to, but I don't know what it is. But like whenever I watch Ryu like fight like this, and then all of a sudden they just go for a medium high blade kick like this. And keep in mind too, like, let me show you something here. I'm gonna do a medium high blade kick like that, right? And, you know, the funny thing about it is, you don't even have to do it, whoops, that's too early. You don't even have to do it super early. See, that's a punish counter, right? It's only if you do it late. See, look at that. That was still a punish counter. That was literally still a punish counter. That was still a punish counter. Jesus. So I have to be like further away. It has to slide into me or something. Still a punish counter. That was a do I have it on punish counter? No, I don't actually. God, I didn't even think it was like this. But you can see how DI-able this move is. Look at that. That was still a punish counter. But basically, you can see that this move is actually very punish counterable, right? Even if I do the light one here, you know, obviously you don't see the Ryu's throwing this one out as much because it's just in the middle of the screen, but, you know, punish counter, punish counter, punish counter, punish counter. So, like, the high blade kick is extremely DI-able. It is extremely DI-able. Yet, no, you never see anyone DI it, right? I mean, the medium kick one has an 18-frame startup. So if I just do this again, like, even before it hits you, you know, you've got, if you're looking for it, you should be able to punish it, like, most of the time. 18 frames is very tough to react to. But if you're just kind of looking for that and only that, like, it's doable. But the problem with it is you're not reacting to it in 18 frames because you don't really see it until he starts swinging forward, right? Because if Ryu is just doing something like, you know, like this, you know, or, you know, he swings a punch or swings this punch right here, you're not really sure if that's what he's doing because also, this, he kind of pulls back in a very similar kind of animation. You know, he pulls his hands back when he does this. So this is a fireball fake, and he does this, and then he does this. Like, it's really hard to tell what move he's actually doing. Now, if Ryu's donkey kick, the high blade kick, actually had him throw his arm up above his head, and then he did it, it would not be as strong as it is, right? That's the thing, right? It's the same issue Warwick had for his overhead in 2XKO, and they nerfed it because it was unseeable. Right, exactly. The keyframes to recognize it is super late, exactly. No, so the problem is like if Ryu actually does like light Hashogeki like this, and you're just like, oh shoot, DI, see that wasn't a punish right there. Right, that's not a punish. That's a punish, but that's a prediction, right? There's no way you can react to the startup of the light Hashogeki. Now, maybe you could react to the medium Hashogeki, but the thing, see, that wasn't even a punish right there, right? That wasn't even a punish right there. He would have been able to counter. And plus, the other thing, too, is that you also have to remember that medium Hashogeki is -6 on block, so Ryu's aren't doing medium Hashogeki really at all. The heavy one, sure. And the problem is the heavy one has, let me see what happens here. Whoops. So boom, like so, right? So yeah, so you could definitely react to the heavy one because he sits there for a very long time, right? So the heavy one is definitely something that you can go after. But then also, you know, he has, you know, this version, right? Which is even better. Which is the heavy one with Denjin charge. And like, it's just so, it's so fast. There's no way you can react to that one, right? Oh yeah, Joe Cool. Well, again, if you could look at the screen over here, this is a pre-show banter right here. We'll be talking about 2XKO very much in detail in a little bit. So I'm just talking to people about Shotos and what makes Ryu really strong. So the problem is that high blade kick really isn't as strong of a move as it really is, but the problem is that there's no like way to see it's coming. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to see it's coming. And the light one, you're not going to see it. Yeah, because if you can see, the light one is also really hard to make really safe on block here. Like, Kimberly's going to be able to standing medium kick punish this probably. Maybe not. Because Kimberly, well, she'll be able to sweep it. Probably, maybe not. I don't know. Again, Kimberly doesn't have range on her normals. But you know, you see the medium one a lot. That's -2. The heavy one, bam, 1 frame. And again, a lot of Ryus get away with these distances, especially like when you're playing online against a lot of Ryus. You'll see a lot of Ryus do this heavy one, and like you don't react to it. 0 on block. You can't do anything about it, and you just block it, and you're like, what the hell? You try to walk away, you can't get back. Like, this should be free DI. Like, you should see this move, and it's a free drive impact. The problem is, it's just like, how do you know what he's gonna do? Because like, if he does this and you react with a DI, he counters you, right? And like, you know, if he's this far away where he can slide up to you like this, you know, and he kind of walks back and throws a fireball, I don't know if the DI is gonna make it so that it actually hits Ryu at that distance, right? So if he does like a heavy fireball like this and I'm over here, see, I don't even hit him, right? Like, so at these cool ranges of heavy Hasho, look at, I mean, at heavy high blade kick, I mean, look at that, right? Like, 0 on block right there. From here, like, 0 on block, +3 on block. So it's really, really hard to really fight that, right? And so, like I said, if they just made it so that, you know, Ryu's high blade kick had a more visual tell, right? If there was a stronger visual tell, then you absolutely could DI it more. But the visual tell on it is not enough when you're actually seeing Ryu's, like, you know, do stuff like this, right? And then all of a sudden, like, if you guys are watching this and you guys are trying to guess, you know, when I'm actually going to go for a high blade kick or something like that, you're just like, oh, what's happening? And then all of a sudden it's too late, right? And so that's really all it comes down to. So, you know, that's why I said, like, they need to do more things like my side boob in a weird way, right? And it's funny, too, because my side boob really, honestly, is not something that is telegraphed. There's no obvious keyframes there. But just because the world is horny, like, it actually works. But I think it's going to be harder, actually, in other costumes. Like, I almost feel like if you use her default costume, you're actually nerfing yourself now because the side boob giveaway like that, right? I mean, like if you don't see the side boob, she's not charging her fan. But as soon as you see the side boob, you could like jump, right? I legit think now that her original costume, because men are horny, is that this is actually like a nerf. Like, you can't use this costume in tournaments anymore. I really think that. Because while you're looking at her, like, it's like that one video, right? There's that famous video where the guy is like, oh, I forgot what it was. Like, I'm gonna watch this Twitch stream and I will not, like, I have an eye tracking software and I will not stare at any boobs or cleavage. Like, I will show that all men are capable of doing this, blah, 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 blah. And then he sits down, turns on the stream, and there's like a chick streaming, and the first thing he does is look at her boobs, and he's like, fuck! Right? Like, sorry. Right? Like I said, we're just, unfortunately, yes, we're horny dudes, I'm sorry. This is just the way it works here. Now, the thing about it is, just to clear things up really quick, is that yes, it's hard for men not to notice these things, but at the same time, we have to learn to be respectful and not act upon these things, okay? Just because you are a horny dude doesn't mean you have to act on it. But in the case of this classic costume, definitely act on it, because it is such a giveaway. Like it's so much harder to see when she throws a charged fan in this costume. Like, it is like infinitely harder to see. Like, you know, even outfit 2 is probably going to be the same, right? It's that much harder to see, you know? I don't know why we're wired this way, man. I really don't know why we're wired this way. Oh, man. Yeah, I was just talking about keyframes that give away moves are happening. And the reason why I've been talking about that is because Ryu's Hashogeki is so hard. I mean, so not the Hashogeki, the high blade kick, the Jodan Shoguto Geri is like really hard to see when it starts up. Because this move has like 20, look at that, it's like 27 frame startup. This is such an easy move to freaking DI, but we can't see it because it's like, it's not, there's no like keyframes that give it away right away. And I was talking about it, I brought it up because of the keyframes that now give away Mai is charging her fan. And yeah, if you use the original costume, like if you're a dude, like it's really easy to tell she's charging up the fan now. She's really, it's really easy to see it now if you're a dude. I'm sorry. Or a girl, it doesn't matter, either way. But like, just because humans are wired a certain way, it's really easy to tell. So I was just saying, like, you're actually nerfing yourself by picking the original costume of Mai because it's a lot harder to see on her other costumes. So I actually think if you're using Mai in a tournament, you can't play costume 1 anymore. I legit think, yeah, making babies is why we're made this way. It's exactly right. It's exactly right. And congratulations on your 3rd baby, Henry. Oh, man. But yeah, this all stemmed from Luke talking about Luke and just, you know, how hard it is balance-wise to make it so that every Shoto is different enough in the game to justify being played over the other Shoto. Over another Shoto. And that's the hardest thing. So like David was saying during the World Warrior, and I agree with him 100%, Luke was never bad in Street Fighter 6. Luke was very strong, but he just wasn't stronger than the other Shotos, right? Like literally, Sagat was better, Ken was better, I mean, Ryu was better, Mai was better, Akuma's better. Like, as much as you liked Luke and you maybe just wanted to play him and take advantage of some of his strengths, you had 4 characters to go to play better, right? And it's weird because the Shotos have had this problem their whole lives. Like, you play Third Strike and, you know, there's the guys who like to use Ryu, but let's face it, like, if you wanted to win, you played Ken in Third Strike, right? In most games outside of Third Strike, if you wanted to win and you were a fan of Shotos, you played Ryu because Ryu was better. Even in Street Fighter 4 at the end, you didn't play Ryu, you played Evil Ryu. And you played Evil Ryu only because crouching medium kick into heavy fireball was a true block string at more distances than regular Ryu. Like, it's literally just the tiniest of thing that Ryu, low forward, and the fireball would often leave a 1 or 2 frame gap in between the low forward and the fireball because I don't know if it was his fireball wasn't as fast or the block stun wasn't as long. I mean, it would have been nice to have a frame meter back then. But that gap was there. And that difference alone made it that no Ryu player played Ryu. They all played Evil Ryu. Is that why Ryu is strong? You're showing 1 boob? No, not quite. I mean, if you pick all the other costumes, he's showing no boobs, and he's still really, really strong. So, you know, again, it's just, he's just got a lot of stuff that you got to deal with. It's really irritating. And again, one of the most difficult things is going to be, the fact that, that's a frame trap. that's a frame trap, and it's only -3 on block. So there's really no reason for Ryu kind of like to not do that, right? That's the thing that's really kind of ridiculous, right? There's just no reason for Ryu not to do this. I mean, obviously, and then the thing is, if he trains you to not mash, that's how he sneaks up with the heavy Hashogeki, and now he's +2, right? And so why is this so strong? Well, because normally on a block reversal, if you do a 4 frame...
Switch the cameras.
You're right. Sorry. Thank you, JDP. So the reason why Ryu is so strong is because of this. Bam. That's a frame trap. That's a frame trap right there. And what happens is, if you do if he baits you into not mashing, then he can get away with the heavy Hashogeki, and now he's +2, right? So like, this is really kind of an annoying, you know, mix-up to have to deal with. Boom, right? So he's +2, and if he's Denjin charged, what was it like? Then it's even faster, and I'm +3, and I'm in throw range, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so this is really strong, and the reason why this is really strong is because normally if you do a light punch and somebody blocks it, you're -1, right? So if I light punch and do nothing, then, you know, that's your turn right there. But if I double jab, I can beat that up, right? Well, a lot of times, you know, people like to jab twice and then stop and then do stuff or whatever like that, but Ryu can take advantage of that because he can go for that on the second one. And now I counter hit you and I launch you into the sky, right? And now I get an easy confirm, you know, into a Tatsu. Sorry, different games with different resets. And then I think I can do the heavy one for a side switch if I want to. And if you're close enough to the corner, like, this is just full on, you get a giant ass combo here, right? Like, okay, so that doesn't work. But yeah, you get a giant ass combo off of this into whatever the hell you want at this point. This is way too strong, because if Ryu was wrong, he's -3. Now keep in mind, this used to be -4. This actually used to be -4. But they buffed it to -3 and then gave him all this. I just like, again, as with a lot of things in fighting games, the imbalance is the risk and the reward. The risk is very low. The reward is extremely high, right? If all they did was just make it so that it didn't knock down on counter hit, if it just didn't knock down on counter hit, and just because without counter hit, you're only +2. So if they just made it so that on counter hit, you're just +4 like it should be, then all Ryu gets is this, right? He just gets a stand jab into light Tatsu. So he would get like pow, bam, bam, like that, right? And the damage would be much less. And if he really wanted to extend it, he would have to do pow, and then whatever. But then the scaling is really, really high. Like, that's all you have. That's like one of the main things that I feel like you just do to Ryu. Just make it so that counter hit light Hashogeki doesn't launch the opponent. Just make it go from +2 to +4 like counter hits will do. They add 2 frames of hit stun, and that's it. That's it. Like, that's all you need to do. But the fact that you get a counter hit here, you're just like, wee! And like I said, in the corner, like, you just get all sorts of nonsense, you know. What would Ryu's best combo here be? I mean, oh god, I could probably do the heavy one, huh? Oops. Oh yeah, okay. And then I should be able to do Oh, I can't do that. Okay. So I have to drive rush cancel out of that and do a bunch of stuff. I would have to do, let's see, what could I do? I would do, I mean, because, like, you can definitely do this, right? And then, Jesus Christ, it's so much damage. Right? Like, So for you pressing a jab button in between those buttons, I just did over half your life. And that's, like, so not optimized. That is like the least optimized thing in the world. So what is it about? Oh yeah, my critique about level 3s play into this all the time. Yes, everything in this game is exacerbated by that. And, like, I saw a match video recently of Street Fighter 5. And, like, they were fighting each other, and it was a really cool match, and neither of them had a full super bar. Why? Because EXs were the same meter as your super. And so that's why we didn't get that same feeling in Street Fighter 5, because you were so busy spending your meter on, EXs, because EXs oftentimes were better than your super. But if the super gauge was something separate in Street Fighter 5, like, you would get to that point where, yeah, the next touch you die because you have a full super, right? The biggest weakness in Street Fighter 6 right now is the fact that there is nothing else using the super gauge. The super gauge is like the ultra meter in Street Fighter 4, but it's once per game as opposed to once per round, potentially. So, but also, Street Fighter 4's ultras had the same minimum scaling as everything else. So oftentimes an ultra combo would do only 10% damage at the end of a long combo, whereas the level 3 supers in Street Fighter 6 minimum scale to 50%. So they're always doing 2,000 damage. They're always at minimum doing 2,000 damage, which is a good fifth of your life, honestly. So is it not possible to have buffs for skill check characters that are technical in nature to access that are fair, fun, and viable? Or would this be considered gatekeeping adjustments? You're just saying, like, make it so that, like, there is a light Hashogeki that's really strong, but it's just takes some higher execution to achieve said light Hashogeki in a way. I mean, I think that's, like, it depends on how you implement it. But yeah, I think that's absolutely, because I mean, that's exactly how, like, grapplers are, right? Because if you just made SPDs so that they were just like fireballs or forward to down, like if you just made SPDs forward to down with punch, like, yeah, it'd be annoying to walk up and, like, try to crouching punch, but, like, you would just imagine how much scarier a spinning pile driver would be, right? Because Zangief would just walk up to you and grab you in, like, basically 2 frames, and you're like, what? Like, it would be really, really scary. So there are definitely a lot of things that are designed in ways to be like, oh, this is harder to do, but your reward is good, right? And, you know, I don't mind those kind of things. I don't mind those kind of situations. But again, you have to measure how hard it is and how accessible it is. So, like, an Avatar, for example, what do you call her? Azula, Focused Azula, has that just frame release, which is literally 1 frame. You have to hold a button and release it, and it's literally a 1 frame window. It's really freaking hard. But, you know, if you can pull that off, you know, you have a lot of advantages. The move that you get is significantly stronger, but it's really hard to do, right? So, you know, games can definitely do that, and I think that's fine. This is why I hate fighting modern. Yeah, when you fight modern, though, Archer Carter, you have to just be aware. Like, it was really funny. I was talking to Fadel. If it's like Adel, Fadel. Fadel. Maybe it's Fadel, not Fidel. I'm not. Fidel is just such a Western way to pronounce it. So it might be Fadel. Jaw dropper. I'll have to talk to him about that and ask him to be sure. He was telling me at CEO he was fighting against a guy. He was fighting against. I don't remember if he said he was a modern player. Might have been a modern player, but. The guy was just like instant reacting to everything. So I think he was a modern player. And so he did the dirty DI, the trick that he's known for doing. He did it to him, and the guy certainly responded with the DI, and then he countered it. And he said he knew he could pull that off on him because the guy was responding to everything so quickly. And so, thinking about that, that's how you approach when you fight people who are playing modern. You take advantage of their hair trigger fingers, basically. And you can kill a lot of them that way. You can actually bait out a lot of people. It's just one of those things that you have to understand that when you fight a modern player, don't fight them like you fight everybody else. A modern player is going to have advantages that other players don't have. The amount of times you're going to be able to jump in on them and surprise them are going to be a lot lower, right? But if your character has ways to change your jump arc, you could really start effing with people on modern. If they have level 3s and they're about to die, they're going to try to level 3 like the first thing that they see. So if there's just a way that you can like fake yourself, like drive rush into whiff throw, like from like this far away, drive rush into whiff throw, you probably can bait out a lot of level 3s and watch them die, basically. So yeah, using their reactions against them is the strat. Just for changes for lower tier characters that are technical in nature while simultaneously making them more viable. I mean, to be fair, like if you bringing up Avatar again, Sokka is basically that character, right? Sokka is like ridiculously strong, but it requires such a heavy level of execution that making him as strong as he can potentially be is very, very difficult, right? So, Sokka's a weird character, and, we've had other characters like this in the past, which is this character's really, really good, but can you do it, right? Like, they lock the strength of the character. So they're hard characters to rank in tiers, right? Because do you rank them as the full potential of what's possible? Or do you rank them knowing that because the execution is there, it can be pretty tricky, right? So, for example, even using Street Fighter 6 over here, you can also talk about Luke, right? Because I've always said, even in Season 1, I said about Luke that his biggest weakness was the Flash Knuckle, in the fact that you have to time his Flash Knuckle correctly, right? And if you didn't, you would lose out on a lot of damage or Oki or whatever like that. And no matter how good you are at Luke, you see it happen all the time. You see it. Yuzuriha. Oh yeah. Although they made her a lot easier in the more recent ones. Like, if you can't get, like, God dang it, stupid game differences. If you can't get, like, the good launch here, right? See, that's the good launch right there. If you hold the button too long, you don't get the good launch, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, you do get the good launch. Okay, so, actually, then it would probably be, which one would I probably try to do? This one? Yeah, that's the one right there, right? So you gotta do that, but if you hold the button, you won't actually get the good one here. Dang it. Is it? I think it's that. Yeah, there you go. It's standing heavy punch right there. I always forget, his crouching heavy punch causes a ridiculous amount of hit stun. Look at that. It's 30 frames of hit stun. That's actually pretty unusual for move hit stun length. But yeah, if you want to do this, if you hold too long, it doesn't combo. If you let go, it doesn't get the wall bounce. But obviously, if you do it right, like, oops. Oh God, I'm too late every time. Is this possible, right? Or am I just messing up right now? Am I just messing up right now? Oh, that was changed in the latest patch. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure this is an example, but they actually made it easier. That's right. They made this one so that you, off of this, you always get that. But on standing heavy punch, oh, it still works too. God. God, what's a good example of that now? They took away like my best example here. Oh, you still get more damage on perfects, right? Okay, 1660. 1560. Ooh. Yeah, see, that's wrong, right? That's right. Yeah, 1660. God, they took away my example. So shit. Now I can't remember what like a good example of this is now. Wait, didn't someone get a fix where if they hold down and it just lets rip when it's ready? Yeah, there was one character. God, which one was? Yeah, Cammy. Yeah, Cammy was the one right there. Although Cammy's was very specific combos. It wasn't always. It was just specific combos where the first active frame would miss. So there was some juggle situations with Cammy in which you had to let go at just the perfect timing to get it hit. And if you held it too long, then it would not be like, you would miss. Like it wouldn't be on the cancelable frame. I think you'd still get the DP, but you couldn't like cancel it anymore or something like that. But it was Cammy. Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Like, what is the, let's see if I, there we go. So that's a 28 frame startup right there, right? So that's 28 frames, like so. 28, yeah, 28, like so. And the hit stun on this is 27, so this will never combo. And then the hit stun of this is on 30. But they changed it, so yeah, if I hold it, I just get the wall bounce anyway, but less damage. So yeah, okay, all right. So they took away all my examples. I'm not crazy. I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what happened to my examples? Well, for Viper, they keep taking away the execution requirements, which makes me sad. Yeah, I mean, like, I was hoping they would make her execution harder, because I just want some characters to be difficult to play, and I was hoping Viper would be that character, but they took that away from her as well. She's gotten a lot easier to execute a lot of stuff as well. To execute one of her main things, they made her significantly easier. Makes me sad. But basically, you know, you had to high jump, cancel crouching medium kick, and in the pre-jump frames, be able to cancel that into heavy thunder knuckle and then hit kick to cancel that, right? So you to do that, basically, right? So before, you know, you can't high jump while holding down. I have to let go and then hit down up to high jump, right? I have to let go. I can't just hit up and high jump. I don't get the high jump that way. You have to return to neutral. So doing crouching medium kick into high jump cancel required you to let the controller go to neutral and then hit down up. Whoops. And then do the cancel, right? That was what you originally had to do. But in the most recent patch, what they did was made it so that if I hit with, and it's just crouching medium kick, I think. If I hit with crouching medium kick and go to up, I get a high jump cancel automatically, right? If I do crouching heavy punch and hit up, I don't get a high jump. I still have to do the neutral thing on crouching heavy punch. So on crouching heavy punch, I still have to go back to neutral and do it. But for crouching medium kick, they just made it so that if I hit up, it just works. So now I just have to do crouching medium kick tiger knee without having to go to up back. I mean, without having to go to neutral anymore. So you're just doing a backwards tiger knee, basically, is all you're doing. And it's kind of, for me, it's depressing. For me, it's depressing because I like her having those kind of difficulties. I think they did that to balance stick and leverless. For leverless, like, look, I'm going to say this as gently as possible, but if there's something that's difficult on a leverless controller, them's the breaks. That's how I feel about it, right? Like, I'm sorry, right? Like, you're using a leverless controller. You have a lot of advantages already. You should have some disadvantages like everybody else does, okay? Look, I'm not saying I don't like leverless. I'm not saying I don't want leverless players to exist. And I don't want leverless controllers to exist. I'm just saying that I think it's fair that every version of a controller has their advantages and disadvantages. If there's something easier on a stick or a pad that's harder on leverless, suck it up. That's all I'm gonna say. That's just how I'm gonna put it. And again, it's not because I have anything against it. I'm really glad leverless exists. But my point is that, look, you can't have everything, okay? Can't have everything. I'm sorry, 720s are gonna be harder on leverless. That's just, you're gonna have to deal with that. So, I don't know why they changed this. I don't know if it was maybe for pad users or something like that, but, it's really, I'm really sad about this. And the crazy thing is, like, even if I hit up back, I don't even high jump back. Could I? I guess I can't high jump. Oh, that's right. There is no high jump back. That's what it is. There's only a high jump up. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, this being so easy, like, does make me a little sad, but God, I've been practicing so much Tokon that I'm so used to pressing this button to reset. And in Street Fighter 6, I have this set to, I have it set to just pause the game. And so, like, every time I'm trying to reset the screen, I keep doing the wrong thing. And then I also just don't like the fact that, what is it? You can just hold kick, right? If I'm not mistaken. Why is this shortcut not working anymore? Did something get bugged here? Like, I don't understand why this shortcut doesn't work anymore. Dude, I can't even set it anymore. Oh, maybe, what? Oh, somehow my Quamba 2009 disc got set to left stick instead of the D-pad. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, that explains it. That's block setting. So that should work now. Ah, there we go. Yeah. But like this, you can just hold kick on this one, I think. No, that's right. You can just hold punch. You can just hold punch. You just hold heavy punch and never let it go after you do the first one. And then you just do the forward tiger knee motion and it just comes out for you automatically. You don't even need to press the button anymore. And it's depressing to me. I don't know why I don't know why it's like this. What the hell? Who the hell would be calling me right now? You know, a second. I think that is a scam call right there. Okay. Anyways, yeah, like the fact that you can just do this without ever letting go of heavy punch makes me very sad. For hell. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. I'll take care of this later. Okay. So her cancels aren't like easy. They're not free to Halu, but they're not as difficult. Like if you want to know what difficult cancels are like, play her in Street Fighter 4 and you'll really understand how difficult the cancels can be. All right. There was another question that I think I missed that somebody asked that I might be too late to respond to. Oh, so Archer Carter, what was it to say? Oh, his level 3 doesn't do any damage because at 0 drinks he does 90%. At 1 drink he does 95%. At 100 he does 100%. I'm sorry, at 0 drinks he does 90. 1 drink he does 95. 2 drinks he does 100% damage. Also, you can juggle after his level 3 Archer Carter, because if you don't, like, if you actually see some of the clips, like freaking Jamie will just like delete you. Like he will delete you really badly if he's in critical art, because his critical art does stupid amounts of damage. But again, the reason why his level 3 doesn't do any damage is because he can combo after it, right? So that's not it right there. Here we go. Boom. You're still blocking. Splat, right? And then and then he's got like a bunch of different options, but the most common one is that one, right? The drive rush into down and 2 kicks, basically. So that's why his level 3 does no damage, is because he gets the combo afterwards. So yeah, there you go. Right, and then you can jump cancel this into all sorts of fun stuff. Why is this not comboing here? Okay. Yeah, he has a bunch of different combo routes off of this. But it just doesn't do any damage because you can combo after it. It's just really how it goes. So, okay. Was there any other? There was one more thing that I feel like I saw someone talking about, and I just didn't get to. No, because I got the JDP's question here. No, I think it was just the scaling stuff right there. So, because yeah, I mean, the craziest one for me is still Akuma. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's because he has 9,000 health, but I don't know why Akuma's level 2 does like actually level 2 damage, right? Like 2,800 is around where most level 2s do, but the fact that his level 2 gets a wall bounce that he can combo off of, right? Like, it's so weird. Like, I always thought that his did a little bit less damage because that's just kind of what, you know, how they've always done it. Like for Jamie's level 3. But I guess they just wanted to make it so that he got a benefit for being in the corner, as opposed to he needs to be in the corner to get the max damage out of it. So, you know, I mean, all I can say to that is, well, good for Akuma. Good for Akuma. How about Yasmin? I mean, Yasmin does pretty much the same amount of damage as most everybody, right? Because if we actually look at this here, boom, 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 be what, 4,000 damage? Most supers are 4,000 damage, so there's 4,000 right there, right? And even when she's charged up, if I'm not mistaken, it's the same thing. Because I don't think Biryani mode actually, Biryani is actually the rice dish. Biryani mode does not affect the damage of her super. So 4,000 is when she combos into things. So you have to be careful with a lot of things, because this is just going to be dependent on the character, right? A lot of characters just add extra scaling on things, right? So for example, here, this move is crouching light punch. So yeah, this move doesn't add any scaling, but drive canceling always does, right? So if you look here, this is 100% damage, 100% damage. 100% damage, 100% damage, right? But if I drive rush cancel it, now the jab is 85% because the drive rush cancel automatically scales combos by 15%. Now, the way that Capcom has set this game up, which makes it really confusing, is that scaling can be different if the move starts the combo or if it hits in the middle of a combo. Okay, so there are some moves that if it's used to start a combo can scale the whole entire combo by 20%, like a crouching medium kick, because if I do crouching medium kick into a strong, you can see it's 68%, and that's because crouching medium kicks automatically scale things. So like if I set her to punish counter and I do drive rush like this, I'm +7. So if I do this into low strong, you can see low strong is already at 80%. So crouching medium kick by itself scales 20% damage combos. This is pretty universal for most characters who can cancel their crouching medium kick into drive rushes, which is why that's basically 20% times the 15%, which I guess adds up to the 32% that the crouching strong does afterwards. So crouching medium kick drive rush cancel scales a lot, and it should be like, whoa, it scales that much? How come it still feels so bad? Because of level 3s. Because of level 3s, it still feels bad. Because level 3s can't ever drop below 50%. But the thing is, they could just make it so that certain things scale a lot, right? Like, yeah, they could just make it so that this move scales. Like, I wonder, because, yeah, like, for example, if she can combo off of this, or combo off of this, for example, like this, right? Oh, that didn't scale at all. Interesting. But, it also might depend on whether it's hit in the middle of a combo or if it's at the end of, at the start of a combo, etc., etc. But yeah, they might have actually just hard-coded a bunch of scaling into her moves. That's absolutely a possible thing that they did to Yasmin. And, again, I don't necessarily mind it. Like, would it be better if she didn't? Sure, yeah, of course. But the reason why I'm saying I don't necessarily mind it is because I would rather see characters start a little weaker and get stronger than to see characters just start off out the gate like whoops, everybody's using this character. I don't want to see a Leroy or a Tanya situation, you know, from Tekken 7 and Mortal Kombat X, respectively. Sagat wasn't even like that. Like, Sagat, like, it took a while for people to even figure out he was really strong. Because a lot of people didn't believe it. I remember when Blas first started using Sagat, all of us are like, what's he doing? That's crazy. I think there's a good chance Tifa might be overpowered because it's Tifa. You know, Mai came out kind of strong, and, you know, I don't blame Capcom for doing that. And even then, we all didn't think Mai was that strong because we were all like, man, all of her normals are minus. She doesn't have a plus normal, because we were all trying to play Street Fighter 6, which is get close to them and, you know, hit them with plus moves, frame traps, etc., etc. Then we all learned really quickly, you know, because especially even Xiao Hai was like, I think she might be a really strong character, and he was using her at Capcom Cup, the one that Blas got second place, and a lot of people thought he was nuts. Like, what? How could he possibly think Mai is good? You know, and then now, like, everyone hates her. But Tifa, yeah. Like, if I was Capcom, like, and I had to, like, potentially make her too strong, like, well, potentially make her a little too strong, or potentially make her a little too weak and balance afterwards, you probably would want to gear towards making her too strong and nerf her a little bit. Which actually kind of is a great segue into the topic up here in some weird way. Anybody else have any questions, or is it time for me to finally talk about 2XKO? And not, you know, not as a person who's going to use, obviously, a very, very unfortunate situation for, you know, for levity, but I do like my pun. I do like my pun here. I mean, you know, because, you know, the game has now technically officially passed, and so now it's the Riot of Passage, right? It's the Riot of the Riot of, anyways. Yeah, one's own grief. That's exactly why, because a lot of people are gonna buy the game explicitly for her. And so she does kind of have to come out the gate kind of strong, in my opinion. You were laughing internally. Oh, man. But yeah, that's kind of why I think that they kind of have to err on the side more of her being a little strong. So it's going to be an interesting situation. Now, one of the things they could do is they could make her strong in the E Honda way, in which at lower levels she's going to murder everybody, but at higher levels she's going to be weaker. Like, it's very easy to design characters like that. However, I still think that would be a bad idea, because I think people are going to want to see Tifa in tournaments, right? And that's one of the advantages. I mean, honestly, Mai being good, that's one of the advantages of that, is that you see Mai in tournaments, and, you know, she definitely attracts eyeballs. Let's just put it that way. So, I haven't started on the main topic yet, Popo. I actually haven't started on that, so, she has fight against gods kind of power. Yeah, I mean, especially if you start watching, you know, Advent Children, where, like, literally she's just, like, flying off of walls and stuff like that, and, you know, it's almost Dragon Ball-like, where she's just, like, flying into the air and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, I'm happier for her than I am for Ingrid, okay? Because Ingrid has the same problems that you're complaining about, Mike Jones. And definitely was in the camp that I did not want Ingrid in a Street Fighter game ever for that reason. At least she's kind of interesting as a character, and she is kind of weak right now, so, you know, I don't have to see her a lot at this point, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, that just means you can't put Sabin in the game, right? Because Sabin is gonna freaking suplex a train. Oh, man. Oh, God. Sabin, aka Mash. Was his name Mash in Japan? I think it was. I can't remember now. No, Tuhalu, I am not. I am definitely not. I mean, look, after Deadpool, like, Deadpool and the fact that they actually gave that seppuku move, you know, as an emote for your world tour avatar, I'm cool with Captain Sawada at this point. I don't think I need any extra Captain Sawada at this point, so. Oh, man. Zell running across the planet, yeah. But again, I think it's because of Ingrid that Tifa is going to make sense in the context of this game. Because Ingrid is such a, like, the existence of Ingrid just basically lets them do whatever they want now. And that's like one of the kind of the other reasons why I just didn't want to have Ingrid, because a character like Ingrid is basically a deus ex machina, right? She basically can solve any problem in the game, and she did. She literally brought Bosch back to life, right? She's just like, nope, changing the ending. Bosch is alive, right? And someone even messaged me one time, do you think that they might use Ingrid for an age reset? Which they absolutely can do. They can just, like, you know, Peter Parker talks to Mephisto, snap, everybody is young again. But we take place in 2032 or whatever, right? Like, it can absolutely happen. And so, you know, she's basically their free, get out of jail free card for doing anything they want at this point. And, you know, I'm not going to be mad at them for doing that because obviously, look, every single time they have tried to replace Ryu with a new protagonist, the new protagonist just doesn't stick, right? And so finding a way to make it so that Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li are young again and are the people, like, leading the pack, right? Like, you know, are the main character, like, are the true protagonist again? You know, I don't blame them for maybe wanting to go that direction. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, man. Yeah, they definitely removed the birthdays because otherwise Chun-Li would be like 60, like almost 70, I think, at this point. So. I mean, JDP, they could do whatever they want. I mean, I think it would be like making Gen young, I think would be pointless because he's known as the old guy and he's cool being an old guy. So I don't think making him young, but curing his sickness, sure. Why not? Cure his sickness, sure. Like, you can do anything at this point. You can literally do anything. Jamie as the new protagonist, yeah. I mean, I feel like they went with Luke intentionally to try to, you know, appeal to, you know, the Western audiences a little bit more. And I think like Nakayama-san, or is it Matsumoto? I don't remember, one of them, like really just likes Luke as a character too, which is really cool. I'm glad that they, you know, it's, I'd rather have creators like their characters than not. So, you know, curious giant punch in the face from Akuma. Oh yeah, Alex Lay is awesome, dude. I love that guy. He's such a good sport. But in any case, do we have any other questions here? Do we want to talk about it, or do you want me to get into the Riot stuff here right now? You know what? Let's go ahead and just get into the Riot stuff here, because obviously everybody keeps talking about this right now. So let me do kind of like an official intro right here. Hey everybody, welcome to It Was Tuesday, and of course everybody's talking about it for more reasons than I feel like should have been being talked about. But Riot just recently announced that they're announcing the cessation of further development on 2XKO after essentially this year. I guess this is about the time frame, because there are 2 more DLC characters in the pipeline. They will be released, and there will be a final patch that comes out, to try to put it in a final, balanced state that they're pleased with. But then, and they're gonna keep the servers up, but they are going to discontinue any continued development on the game. They are intending to refund everybody who has spent money on the game up to August 21st, I think is when they announced it. So if you have bought a lot of costumes and stuff and you're like, what? I think you're going to get a refund for all of that. Now, I did hear, and somebody in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong or confirm if I'm correct, that they're going to try to release one last DLC pack, which is buy it for $100 and you get every costume in the game or something like that. I think so. Okay, so yeah, everybody got emails confirming the refunds. There you go. It's $40, an ultimate bundle for $40. Yeah, that's totally worth it. I haven't even played 2XKO that much, but I probably would buy it myself just to have everything, honestly. Give me 1 second. Okay. What the freak is happening over here? What the hell is happening? Okay. Probably a bot. I'll give it a second. We'll see what happens. And if it's clearly spam bot, I will nuke it in a second. But the hardest part about this whole entire thing is that, a lot of people are very sad because 2XKO, it was doing very well at EVO and at Combo Breaker and CEO. The entrance numbers for this game have been pretty impressive and pretty high for a lot of the games in comparison to a lot of the other games out there. So it definitely has a player base out there, but this is just so what a lot of people are doing right now is that they're throwing around a lot of blame, right? And I'm just going to get the elephant in the room out there. Pat the Flip, who used to work on the game, wrote a blog article about it, and that was just gasoline, fire, because holy crap, that caused a big stir. And so now, we're at this point where everybody's just blaming, people want to find and pin blame on people or on, so it's the higher ups. And I've talked about that. I felt a lot of the problems came from the higher ups, but now a lot of people are saying it's the devs' fault, they messed up. And then other people are well, it's, maybe the players' fault. I don't know. There's just there's so many things going on. Yeah, exactly, Exilian. Just finger pointing all over the place, and it's really unfortunate, right? it's really unfortunate, but let's try to break this down in as most logical way as possible. Like, if the first thing we want to do is talk about blame, like, who is the fault? Who is at fault for this happening, right? I mean, for me, I still would put a lot of the blame on the higher ups, because how do I state, like it's so difficult to say this, because like every time I say stuff like this, it feels like I'm being a shill or whatever like that. But look, you're not outperforming Street Fighter 6. You're not. You're just not going to outperform Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 has kind of got to a point where it's like exceptional in the fighting game community. And here's the crazy thing about it is that the numbers for Street Fighter 6 aren't even great, right? Like, it's not even great. Like, if you were a game company, a competitive, like, and you're making a competitive game, like, and you look at Street Fighter 6's numbers, you'd probably be like, God, I want to do better than that, right? Because like you go look at the numbers for like Marvel Rivals, and then come back to me and look at the numbers for Street Fighter 6, and you tell me, like, is Street Fighter 6 really doing that well, right? But that's the thing, is that you are never going to do better than Street Fighter 6 making a fighting game right now, as of now, right? Again, this is not just trying to talk up Street Fighter. This is like just objectively factual right now, right? The genre that we play is not popular. It's not popular. And that is something that we have to realize, right? And so the fact that Street Fighter 6 is this popular, is as popular as it is an anomaly. It is not a natural occurrence. This is an anomaly, right? So if you're Riot, and again, when they first started making 2XKO and stuff, back when it was Project L, and yes, we'll talk about the name in a second, but even when you were making a fighting game way back there is just no way that your expectations for the game should be, like, you can't have those kind of expectations for the game. And I think their expectations were set very high, clearly, because they're saying like the game isn't making enough money, or there's not enough of a player base, all this other stuff here. So like they kind of might have doomed the game from the start in a lot of ways, right? Yeah, exactly, Choice Sauce. Yeah, that's basically what I've been saying, is that like, there's like Street Fighter 6 just isn't anything compared to a lot of other games. And so if you're trying to integrate a new fighting game IP into the fighting game scene, like, your expectations have to be very realistic. And unfortunately for us, the fighting game genre is not popular. It is not a highly played genre. It is not, I mean, when they announced Invincible Versus on Twitter, all I remember was seeing a bunch of responses going, oh, come on. Like, when I heard they were making a new Invincible game, I was really hoping for more like an open world kind of game. You're making it a crappy fighting game. Like, the amount of people that were mad that the new announced Invincible game turned out to be a fighting game was very depressing. It was really, really depressing. Because again, our genre is just not that popular, right? And if what 2XKO did in its less than first year wasn't good enough for Riot, their expectations were set way too high. They were set way too high. And in a weird way, I feel like the people working on the game were kind of working on a sinking ship to begin with, right? and that sucks. I mean, it really sucks for everybody that's working on this because, like I said, we'll talk about Pat's article in a little bit. It was definitely a passion project for a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys were really trying their best to make like a really cool game, that they could be proud of and that they could have fun with and, that they would feel good about once it's released. But I think the expectations were too high for the game, not by anybody, but by Riot. So unfortunately, they had pulled the plug on it so quickly. And it's not even a year, dude. It's not even a year. It's wild that it's just like not even a year. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit, Exilian, because I've definitely talked about that on this stream many times. I think that's another one of the biggest issues of the game. But before that, I want to get to what I feel like is one of the biggest issues for the game. And I think everybody knew this except for whoever it was that came up with the idea. But 2XKO is the worst name imaginable for a game. Honestly, I don't think people are giving enough credit to the name of the game really hindering its success. Like, it's kind of silly. Like, why would it be the game? Like Japan has games called like Ephemeral Fantasia and stuff like that and whatever. No, the 2XKO doesn't mean a goddamn thing. That's the problem. And when you look at the name on screen or on paper, it looks like an acronym, or it looks like code, or it looks like leet speak, right? It doesn't brand it as unique, and it doesn't generate any curiosity at all whatsoever. Like, I bet you can talk to most creators out there that 2XKO for their content doesn't generate views. Every time I did anything for 2XKO, like, I just didn't get any views on that content. And I think it's because when people are randomly browsing YouTube and they get video recommendations and they see something that's about 2XKO, that just doesn't mean anything. No, that's exactly what it meant, one's own grief. It means, 2 times KO, like it's a happy birthday. You killed both of the opponents at the same time. That's the 2XKO. But why would you name it that? Why would you name it that? Like, it'd be like saying, like, we're going to name this fighting game 2-in-1. Because that's what we used to call buffering normals into specials. You call the game 2-in-1. Right? Like, what? Like, the name the name 2XKO is so bad because there's also literally zero connection to League of Legends. You made a fighting game based on League of Legends. You are counting on your IP to get people curious to play your game, and you named it 2XKO. What? What? Like, what? Like, how did you not, like, call it, like, League Fighters, right? Like, if you called it League Fighters, that would actually draw more connection, and, like, people who, like, we would see it and be like, oh, that's the League fighting game, right? I bet you a lot of people who have heard about Project L, not in the FGC, but in passing, don't even know that the game came out. Because if you see the name 2XKO on an Evo announcement or in an article or on YouTube, you don't even know it's the League fighting game. You don't even know. Right? It's crazy. Yeah, Riftbound, like, if you know League, like, Rift, like, has, like, a meaning to it. I'm pretty sure, because I know people have said the word rift a lot when they talk about League. I actually don't know. I don't know anything about League, right? So, but like literally, there's just no association with it, right? Not even in game. Like, why does League of Legends and 2XKO not have tie-ins? Why isn't there stuff like buy these skins in League of Legends and you get these skins for free in 2XKO? And then as a person who, if you're a League player and you buy the skin and you be like, wait, I can use this in 2XKO? What's that? Oh, dang, Jinx looks really cool in that game. Oh, that looks interesting. I would like to see Jinx in this cool costume in that game, right? Like, where is the integration? Like, you literally created a fighting game based off of the League IP, and you did absolutely nothing to connect these two products together. Like, literally nothing. As people who have been in my chat probably already know, like, my pick for naming the game should have been Runeterra Online Fighters League. Runeterra Online Fighters League. That way, the abbreviation of the game would be ROFL, ROFL, to sit aside League of Legends, LOL, right? All you have to do is abbreviate it so that the O is lowercase. So all it has to do is just look like this. That should have been the abbreviation for it right there, right? To go right along with this. Right? You would have had ROFL and LOL, right? Like, that's just perfect, right? Like you hear this word a lot in companies, is that where the hell is your synergy? Where is your synergy, man? Like, it's just sitting there right in front of you. Runeterra Online Fighters League. And like nothing about it sounds like you're just like the joke that they made in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, what S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for, and Coulson's like, sounds like someone really wanted to make an acronym for S.H.I.E.L.D. Like there's like no stretch. Like Runeterra Online Fighters League is like exactly like the game. And you have the word league in there in a way that doesn't sound out of place. So it's not like League Fighters, right? It's like, it just fits. And then the abbreviation is ROFL. The abbreviation is ROFL to go along with LOL. I don't know. I just think it's so perfect. Oh, man. Do they have a blog article defending the name? I don't even remember that. But honestly, the name is really bad. And the fact that Riot really, I feel like, left it out in the dust to die, right? I really feel like Riot did very little work to try to push the game. Otherwise, there would have been more direct tie-ins between League and 2XKO. So, in my brain, a lot of it does come down to the higher ups, which is why that's kind of where my brain went down the path at first. I did talk about, I felt like the higher ups are probably the problem. I said that on Twitter, like I blame them more than the devs, because I'm sure the devs were trying to make a great game. The thing about it is, like, I'm usually very empathetic towards devs. And, I'm biased because I know a lot of people who work at game companies, okay? I have a lot of friends, a lot of people who used to even be fighting game players who work at game companies. And every time you talk to them and they're like, trust me, we wanted the game to be better. Trust me, we wanted to do that. Trust me, we were planning to do that. Trust me. Oh, yeah, your idea? Yeah, we were going to do that, but we were told no. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of that happens in fighting, in video game industry a lot. So, I don't blame the devs a lot. However, in this situation and, in light of, Pat the Flip's article. So let's talk about Pat the Flip's article before I get into this, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to want to know my opinion on that. Now, to start off this conversation, I have to make it very clear, okay, that me and Pat the Flip are friends, right? Like, I know him every time I see him at tournaments. Like, I'm super happy to see him and Irene. When he lived in SoCal, they would always invite me to karaoke, and I would go karaoke with them all the time. So again, I'm good friends with Pat the Flip, right? So I just want to get that out there, otherwise, if I was like, oh, you know what, blah, 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 and people are going to be like, well, it turns out James is friends with Pat, so you can't trust his opinion. So I'm just going to put that out there right away, right? So here's the way that I took Pat's article, okay? The key line in his article, in my opinion, is that he says that he's a terrible corporate stooge, that he could never be that person to, like, I'm doing it for the company, kind of thing. And I'm really, like, that's the end of the debate and the conversation right there, right? That's what he said. And everybody is going to approach everything differently. So him saying that and admitting it really just kind of paints the clear picture that, yeah, he's going to try to make the game that, like, he can be proud of, success be damned. Oops, sorry, Nathan. I didn't mean to scare you by saying success really loud like that, right? And so, that to me is like all that really kind of matters at this point. His intention was not to make a game that necessarily was going to succeed. Now, a lot of people are really mad at that because people are like, well, thanks to him, that means we're never gonna get a League fighting game ever again. And this could have been big, and this could have been huge, it could have been successful. Also, if you don't care, you're just getting hundreds of people fired when your game isn't successful, and blah, 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 and all this other stuff here. And again, like, I'm not saying blah, 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 blah to dismiss it, because they're all correct. They're all absolutely right, but that's because they have different motivations, they have different intentions, and they have different thought processes on what they wanted out of the game, right? And this is how I feel about when people talk about what fighting games they like. Nathan is staring at me so much right now. Like, I can't even explain to you how much he's staring at me. But, everybody's going to approach things very, very differently. And so, like, with fighting games, it's the same way, right? Like, you love this fighting game for this reason. You love this fighting game for another reason, et cetera, et cetera. And everybody is going to approach it differently, right? My philosophy is, as long as you're not hurting other people, then, I have no problem with it. Now, people are going to argue what he did was hurting other people because because a lot of people are going to end up losing their jobs over this kind of thing. And I get that. I totally get that. And if that's one of the main critiques you want to have of it, I'm not going to debate that at all, right? However, interestingly enough, I don't see it the way that he does, right? I just don't see it the way he does. It's very clear through a lot of my discussions here that I've said many, many times that if I had the opportunity to work on a fighting game, I would figure out who the audience is for. I would make sure, blah, blah, blah. I would do all these things to try to make it a success. I literally told Mike Z when he brought me a beta of Skullgirls to my house, I was like, you should implement this because it will be easier for people to process. And he's like, why would I do that? How does that make it a better game? And I said to him, I was like, I never said doing this would make it a better game. And the other person who was Mike's friend who was there, he was like, he's literally telling you to make your game worse, Mike, but to make it more successful, right? And so like I literally was telling Mike to do certain things to the game so that it wouldn't be as hard to understand and process so that it would be successful. Because I told Mike, I was like, I want to help you get your game to have 1,000 entrants at Evo. That is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to help you with that. This happened with Dive Kick too. I told Keats, I was like, you know, I get what you're trying to do here, but I think you need to simplify this because I think that's the message that your game is sending, right? And so you can already tell from a lot of my conversations and a lot of the messages that I've talked about here on the stream and everywhere that I am, to put it in Pat the Flip terms, I am actually a really good corporate stooge. Okay. Now, I am not the kind of person that would, you know, go against my principles and stuff like that. Like I am the person that believes you can make it work for like most people, right? So like, even if I told myself, because I've said this on stream before, that I think one of the biggest weaknesses of 2XKO is that they didn't know who their audience was, right? League of Legends IP, free to play. You can play with friends, single button input, etc., etc. Everything about this game screams beginner friendly. And so I think that them making the game not beginner, oh my God, you're so cute. Everything that about them not making the game beginner friendly, I think was a mistake because the game is too complicated for what it probably should have been. But I don't think that making a game simple means that you have to sacrifice a lot of your creativity or your principles, or that you end up making a game that you aren't proud of because you enjoy more complex fighting games. The thing about it is, fighting games being simple doesn't mean that your game is simple and at the highest levels it's going to be really simple. Making a fighting game simple means that it's easy to get into, it's not intimidating, and this is the most important, it's not intimidating, but the thing about it, it's easy to get people hooked on it. And that's the thing. One of the most, so like for me, like someone asked me in my chat literally like 3 days ago, they're like, if you could make any fighting game that you want, what would you make? And I was like, I actually have no idea. I don't know, like I've never had the thought of making my own like brand new fighting game. Because I'm really not sure what angle I'd want to go. But if you put me in charge of like a fighting game that kind of exists, or you come up to me and like, James, I want you to help me make this fighting game. This is my vision. I am going to be the best person in the world to do that. Because for me, the challenge is make a fighting game that fits the audience that the person wants and fits the vibe that they want, and make it as good as possible. Because for me, making a simple game, aka one that's a little easier to get into, while still making it a really good fighting game that when people go like, oh, this looks so simple, and then they play it, they're like, holy crap, this is deeper than I thought, right? But, you know, the beginners and the casual players and stuff don't ever have to notice that. That would be a point of pride for me. That would be something that I would really, really love to do. Like that to me is like, okay, that's a challenge. You're challenging me to make a game that's simple, but I want to secretly make it kind of complicated so that if the more you get into it, the more you're like, holy crap, this game is deep, right? That's a challenge for me, right? Which is why, like I've always said, I want to make my own Rival Schools game. Not because necessarily I want to make a Rival Schools game, but it's a good IP for the idea that I want to make it. And also, I just love the whole concept of the teams in Rival Schools. I'm just like really obsessed with the fact that there are 3 characters from every school and stuff like that. And so like that whole team aspect is like really interesting to me. And so like my challenge is make a tag fighter that's more Street Fighter like, right? Can I make a tag fighter that has all the fun stuff of a tag fighter, like assists and tagging characters and stuff like that, but not make it so it's mix up hell the game, right? That would be a challenge to me. Essentially, what I want to do with Rival Schools, weirdly enough, is probably kind of what they should have did with 2XKO, right? But as soon as they made it like active tag and stuff like that, like they just opened the door to just like insanity, honestly. But you know, so Street Fighter, yeah, okay. So Noxo1 says Street Fighter Cross Tekken Light. Yeah, similar to that, but actually good, right? Actually at a point where the game is actually worthy of being played. So yeah, kind of like that. So yeah, I would love to make a modern Darkstalkers. That's why Smash is so popular. Yeah, easy to get into, good modes and stuff like that for beginners and everything. And yeah, and that's important too, what Exilian says. You can't please the FGC, it's impossible. Marvel versus Capcom versus SNK may get most of the FGC. No, so here's the thing, right? And this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing, and this drives me nuts because not everybody is willing to admit this. But you can't make a fighting game that everybody's going to love. You can't. You cannot make a fighting game that everyone's going to love. And the way that discourse works when we talk about fighting games online is that everybody wants a fighting game that they would love because they think that their opinion is the same as everybody else, right? That's why when people are like, James, I'm so mad at Street Fighter 6 because Makoto's not in the game. And I'm like, well, join the other 70% of the entire Street Fighter cast and all of their fans in mourning the fact that their character's not in the game, right? Like, you're not getting every character in the game. In the same way, you're not going to make a fighting game that everybody likes. You're just not going to. It's literally impossible. So when you make a fighting game, you have to know who your audience is and you have to know who you're making the game for, right? And this kind of comes back to, you know, one of my biggest complaints about 2XKO is that, you know, while the developers, and I think a lot of them felt this way, they wanted to make a game that, you know, they wanted to make the game they wanted to make, right? And I don't think that they were taking into account the situation. I mean, again, like, it's blasphemous for me to say this. This is all assumption. I have no truth to any of this. Like, any one of them could hear me and just be like, James, you are so fucking wrong. You can't even imagine. This is just my perception, you know, based on the fact that, you know, when they first were making the game and when we found out it was going to be like simple inputs, they're like, well, you can still make games execution heavy while having simple inputs. And you can tell that was one of their goals. One of their goals was to make the game so that it had simple inputs, but it was still execution heavy. And they completely succeeded on that. But again, I don't think that was the right decision for a League of Legends free-to-play, simple input fighting game, right? But it's very clear that one of their goals was to make it so that they could introduce execution without having to rely on motions. And understand this, that is a great goal. That is absolute, like, that's such a cool idea. And if Rising Thunder came out and played that way, it would have worked. But a free-to-play League of Legends-based fighting game with simple buttons and the ability to play with a friend, and it's promoted so much, like, now you can play with your friends who don't play fighting games. Like, the message is that you are trying to make a beginner-friendly game. And that's kind of the weird part of where they were at. They were the devs. So this is where I actually give a lot of the fault to the devs, right? Because also, if you looked at it, like a lot of the people that they hired were Guilty Gear and Marvel players, right? So a lot of the people that they play love really complicated stuff. And again, that's right, because if that's what their goal was to design, then they were going the right way. But again, I just don't think the goal matched the message. And that's the hardest part. Because I think it was pretty clear that Riot was trying to come up with something that could appeal to a bigger casual base. They made League of Legends, for Christ's sakes, right? Like, as complicated as people want to say League of Legends is, it's a game that you can play casually with friends. It's kind of designed in a way that, like, when matches start, it's not stressful right away. You know, like, I know the game can get complicated. I know at the highest levels, again, I'm not talking about highest levels. I'm talking about entry point here. I'm talking entry point. And I'm pretty sure what Riot was looking for was an easy entry point fighting game. I think that's what their goal was. And that's what their marketing was. And I think that they kept trying to push for that while the developers were pushing for something else. And I think that's where a lot of the problem was. And I've often said it. I feel like there were too many cooks in the kitchen because the marketing team certainly didn't ever be like, come play 2XKO, one of the most robust, like, deep fighting games that you'll ever find. Like, this will be fun for you as a beginner, but there's so much to learn in this game. There's so much depth, and, like, it's going to be one of the most, like, hardcore, cool fighting games ever, right? Like, what's interesting is that that's kind of what Avatar is doing right now. Like, legit, like, I feel like that's kind of what Avatar is doing, because you don't make the trials that you put in Avatar if your goal, if your message is to try to make this, oh, this game is beginner friendly and easy. Like, I don't think anything about Avatar has even, like, tried to pretend that the game is beginner friendly. And even by not giving that message, it's made a lot of people more accepting of how grimy the game can get, right? Yeah, so Avatar IP is definitely beginner friendly, and I would have argued that if you have an IP like Avatar, like, you definitely want to make it beginner friendly. But the funny thing about Avatar, and this is just me over projecting because I've always wanted to make an Avatar fighting game, and I love the series, etc., etc. Avatar is really good at disguising itself as a kid's thing while being really fucking deep and, like, more adult than they let on, right? I mean, the whole thing about Paramount canceling that Zuko and the Origins of the Red Lotus because it was too dark is exactly like the problem, right? So Avatar is really good at disguising itself as a kid's thing, but then turning out to be like one of the deepest things humanly imaginable, right? Like, it's just like, oh my God. And also, the entire message of Avatar is you really gotta put your work in to get good at shit. Like, you have to sacrifice, you have to practice, you have to take this shit seriously if you want to become a good bender, right? Like, literally the whole show is about nothing is for free, except for Zahir. But he's been studying air bending his whole life, so when he got air bending out of nowhere, he was naturally good at it because his brain was already geared that way. However, I will always still say, Tenzin kicked that ass, okay? And the only reason why Tenzin lost is because they ganged up on him, which was totally unfair. Because if that was one-on-one, Tenzin would have whooped his ass, okay? So, justice for Tenzin. Put Tenzin in Avatar now, please. Tenzin is the GOAT, man. Tenzin is literally the GOAT. In any case, you know, the marketing for Riot felt like they were trying to market it, and you know, and having every interview with them, you know, because this is how companies work. They want a message about the game, and they'll tell everyone to make sure that they all have a similar message, right? Whether it's Combo Fiend talking about functions, which I'm sure is not a Combo Fiend. I'm sure that was not a decision that Combo Fiend probably wanted to make himself to explain it that way. And I'm sure that a lot of people in Riot and the higher ups were like, please talk about this game when you do interviews and stuff and present it as something that is very casual friendly, that it is very easy to get into. So the marketing and the higher ups definitely wanted one thing, and the devs wanted something completely different, because already going into Rising Thunder, their idea was to try to make it so a game would have complex execution with single button inputs. Like they were trying to make characters have like these cool fly, unfly, like kind of crazy things with the Russian robot, you know, piloted by the dog, et cetera, right? So like they already kind of had that idea, and it really did feel like that they didn't decide to shift away from that. Especially like, you know, reading Pat's article, because again, like the way that Pat talks about it, there's nothing in there that suggests that he was the only one that felt that way and that everybody was fighting against him and he was like, I make the decisions, this is the game. Like, I'm sure there was a lot of agreement. I'm sure there was a lot of concurrence in the thought process of, yeah, let's make this a really interesting, hard fighting game. You know, something that we want to play forever, something that other people will keep discovering new things and that will take a long time to master. I'm sure that was a lot of the mindset of a lot of the guys developing that game. And like I said, they brought in Guilty Gear players. They brought in Marvel players, right? These are two games that are two of the most complicated fighting games in all of the FGC. And those are a lot of the people they brought in to play their game. To Blaze Blue players as well. A lot of Blaze Blue players. These are the kind of people that they brought to work on their game. You can tell what the intention was, right? And so, again, you know, that's kind of their fault, the developer's fault, for not aligning kind of with what Riot's vision was. But again, it doesn't mean that that's their sole fault. Like I said, the management, I felt like, did a really bad job because they were trying to make something that wasn't ever going to be made. The numbers were never going to match what they wanted. And, you know, they didn't have anybody that was, like, watching over the game and going like, wait, guys, we don't want the game to be complicated. I know this goes against what you guys want to make, but you gotta make the game simpler. You have to make the game simpler. I'm sorry, but that's what we as Riot want to make. It felt like that didn't exist, right? And so this is a very, like, you can't blame any particular role. Like, this is the whole thing, right? And again, the name, like, why 2XKO? Why? Oh, God. Like, that's the one the most that kills me. Because, like, as stupid as it is to say that I feel like if the name was better, the game actually would have been more successful. Like, it feels so stupid and shallow to say, but there's a reason why people sit down and market these things and, like, try to change names and do all this stuff. Like, there's a reason this exists, because a lot of the times it makes a big, big difference. Damn Die. Yeah, actually, at Senna, that would actually be a really good choice because he's really technical, but Super Turbo is his favorite game, right? And that's the thing, right? That's one of the tough things about this. So, hang on. The thing that made the Beatles so great was that Paul and John were trying to make different songs. They were trying to make songs in very different genres, you know, and they conflicted a lot, right? They conflicted a lot. And that's what made them good because they kept trying to outdo each other. You know, John is the raw one, so Paul was like, "Okay, screw you. I'll go make Helter Skelter. I'll go make Why Don't We Do It in the Road." You know, Paul is the poetic one. You know, and John ends up writing like some of the most poetic songs in all of Beatles history. You know, and then when the Beatles broke up and they went on their own path, like you could tell their what they wanted to write kind of became the focus, and it almost became to the point where it was so like one note, and but they still kept influencing each other, right? Like John was like, you know what, all Paul wants to do is write silly love songs, and so Paul literally wrote a song called Silly Love Song. You think that people would have had enough of silly love songs? I look around me and I see it isn't so. No, right? Like he's literally responding to John, right? So like even after they broke up, they're still actually kind of influencing each other. The point I'm bringing this up with is that if you are making fighting games like this, sometimes it's not a good idea to only bring on people who play the fighting game that you're trying to make, right? As Atsena suggested in there, you know, talking about Damn Die, yeah, I think Damn Die would be great. Get in a technical person who, might actually prefer having a simpler game. You know, call a bunch of people that are like, they obviously got a lot of people that are very good at tag fighters to help QA their game. Get a lot of people who don't play tag fighters to QA your game. Get a lot of people who actually can't get good at tag fighters to play test it. Now again, I'm not saying that this didn't happen because Pat the Flip has also said in other blog articles and such that he's gotten a lot of the people who were there for the graphics or there for just programming netcode, you know, to learn to play fighting games. And he has actually done a lot to get a lot of the people there to start loving fighting games, you know, who never played fighting games before. And I'm sure that they have a lot of opinion as well, right? But again, what you're doing is you are teaching people how to play fighting games with a fighting game that you create, that you love, that you can talk about the good parts of it, as opposed to bringing somebody in who loves fighting games but probably wouldn't like yours. And I really do think that's important. You need Paul McCartney to balance out John Lennon, or you need John Lennon to balance out Paul McCartney. Then you throw in a George Harrison, who's like a freaking genius and didn't get to make enough songs at all. And then you got like one of the greatest bands in history, even with a little peppering of Ringo Starr in there, because who doesn't want to hear a song about an octopus, right? I mean, come on. So, again, sometimes having a little bit of that clash, I think, works. You know, I really do think it works, honestly. Do you think Smash's Masahiro Sakurai would have been a good fit for directing 2XKO? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you, because he's really good at making what Smash was. And I wouldn't say 2XKO is in that same kind of category, to be honest with you. I don't know if it would work. And just as much as I don't think that just because you love one fighting game, you should love all fighting games, right? Like, absolutely, you play one fighting game and you're just going to be like, this other fighting game sucks. It doesn't actually suck. It's that it just doesn't play how you like fighting games to play, and that's all it is, right? But same way, like, if you're making a fighting game, it really depends on what the goal of it is, right? If League was really trying to make a much like simpler, easy to get into game that was really big on lore and like, you know, all this other stuff, yeah, Masahiro Sakurai might have actually been a good choice, but it really just depends, right? It's just, it was such a awkward situation. And the thing about it is, like, I know everybody wanted the same thing. Everybody wanted this thing to succeed, except for the person who came up with 2XKO. I feel bad saying that because that might be somebody that I know. I don't know. But God, that name was bad. God, that name was bad. Like, as soon as they announced it and they saw everybody going, what? Like, that should have just been the sign. Like, let's change this now. But honestly, like, it's just like, it was such a weird situation that got created because I think, you know, Riot hired them because when they heard that they were making a fighting game with single button inputs, that they were like, oh, they're trying to make a simple fighting game. They're trying to make a fighting game that beginners can play, right? Whereas the canons, even during Rising Thunder and early on in 2XKO, would often say things like, yeah, we know people have trepidation about single button inputs, but we'll show you that you can still make a very high level execution game even with single button inputs. And again, there's so much of 2XKO that reads that way, right? Oh, you have to hold the button to do this. You have to do this. You know, like, there's just so many little mechanics and little tricky things, just frames, you know, with Alawi's little, I think it's like one of the tentacle pulls on one of her supers or something like that. But like, you know, there's a lot of things that they put in that game specifically to make it so that the execution factor was still there and still enjoyable, right? I think Riot might have just like read it wrong, or they didn't get their message across or whatever. But again, like, you can't blame it on the devs. You can't blame it on the higher ups. Like, I just feel like there was just a disconnect here. It's very similar to how I feel about Capcom and their esports division, right? Same kind of thing. There's this weird disconnect, right? Why in Street Fighter V were we making costumes that would fund Capcom Cup, and in Street Fighter VI we're not? Right? And it's because, we got that tweet from Brian F. and Nakayama responding to that the two departments don't really communicate all that much, and you're just like, what? Why? And I feel like that happened with 2XKO. I just felt like that there wasn't enough of a communication going on between all the different directions it was being pulled. There probably was a lot of communication, don't get me wrong. But I feel like a lot of things got lost in translation, or things were just outright defied, or, there was a lot of misunderstanding. And again, when you have a project of that scope, because there were a lot of people on that team, when you have a project of that scope, that's very easy to happen, which is why a lot of the times the games that succeed more often are the ones that have Harada on top of it, or the ones that have Sakurai on top of it, or the ones that have Nakayama and Matsumoto-san on top of it, or the ones that have Daisuke Ishiwatari on top of it. Because you have that guy who's at the top and is just like, no, this is not what I want. This is not the vibe I wanted to get out of this game. This wasn't my goal. Take that away. take that away, right? And a lot of the times when you want to have a successful fighting game, Atsuna, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm not going to respond to that. No, I will respond to that. Street Fighter 4 and Super Street Fighter 4 had a lot of supervision from one gentleman named Seth Killian. The time that Ono actually had his own control over the fighting game, that's Arcade Edition. Arcade Edition was a Sethless project. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. So Seth was working on was working on Marvel vs. Capcom 3 at the time. And look how cool Marvel vs. Capcom 3 turned out. Just saying, okay? Look. It's tough. And you know, it is, I think, one of the reasons why that, you know, American companies do this a lot, where it's just like pieces, right? And like, it feels like Japanese companies still have more of the auteur, you know, the author take to making games, right? I'm Hideo Kojima. I am making Metal Gear. I am Igarashi. I am making Castlevania. Castlevania is my thing. You know, I am God, why is my name blanking? Dead or Alive guy. Dead or Alive guy. Begins with a T, right? T, tak, 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 tak. Oh my God, my brain just died. Why can't I remember his name? I can't remember now. Itagaki, thank you. Thank you, Itagaki. Like, you know, that's why, like, Itagaki's like, I am making this game how I want to make. Suda 51, right? He's like, I am going to make Killer 7. This is how, so like, Japan, I think, has a little more of that auteur kind of style of making games. And I do think for fighting games, that's particularly important, which is why I've always said, if they make a new Darkstalkers game, please hire me to be that guy. Like, I will not even just be like, I'm going to program, like, the characters have to play like this. I am just the person that's just going to make sure that the game feels the way the game should feel. You know what I mean? I don't think there's enough people, and that's one of the reasons why I like Avatar so much. Because I really feel like they agreed upon something early on about the game. We're gonna make the game about movement, so we're gonna make one whole button for every character that controls movement, and we wanna make the movement really fluid so that people have something to get good at. So that once they start getting good at all the movement, that's how they truly become like one of the best at the character. And so like every character, if you look at that game, like, okay, we're gonna make Sokka the ground movement character. We're gonna make Azula the Magneto. We're gonna make Zahir the Sentinel, right? Like, Kyoshi is the Morrigan, right? Like, they tried to make sure everyone had like really different kind of movement options. And you can clearly see that this is an overarching theme for the game, right? And so, like, that's one of the cool things about Avatar to me. So, you know, you have to have that for fighting games, I think. I think you have to have someone's vision on the top. And I think, like I said, I think that it was there. Like, you know, I truly believe Tom and Tony, you know, really got a game that's kind of what they wanted to make. Now, the problem is that Riot, I don't think, was okay with that. And I don't, like, Not that they weren't okay. Like, I don't think they were fighting. I just don't think that they realized the ramifications, because I don't think they knew the fighting game scene well enough, maybe. But, like, to me, it's clear that Riot didn't understand the fighting game community very well, especially if they were going to think that what 2XKO did in less than a year constitutes not successful, right? Like, for all intents and purposes, for everything that we as the FGC know about fighting games, 2XKO was pretty dang successful. So as much as that I'm sitting here critiquing the game or whatnot, you know, or not critiquing the game, I haven't even said anything bad about the game. I think the game is great, right? Like, again, like if this was reskinned as Rising Thunder, like, oh boy, like this game would be like, dude, it would be such a great, like, it's just that it's that League IP, and I don't think this is what Riot was looking for. Again, I don't want anybody to interpret anything that I've said as me saying the game was bad. I just think that there was a lot of mixed messages. You can see that this is where I'm coming from. I just think there was a lot of mixed messages, and the name sucked. But outside of that, like this is a great game, and it did really well. It has a lot of numbers of entrants. Like Pat the Flip said in the article, like that the fact that we got like duos and like two of the best duos fought against each other at EVO, you know, was really cool to see, because we've never seen that in a fighting game before, right? So like, by all intents and purposes, like everything was doing well for the game. But again, I just don't know if Riot had the proper expectations for what a League fighting game could have been. Because again, there's just, if what they have right now is considered not a success enough that they're going to stop development on the game, I just don't think they had the right vision. And like I said, if they were like, you know what, we have the money, we have the IP, we have all this, we should at least be able to do as well as Street Fighter 6. Or we should at least be able to match Tekken, right? There is one thing that Street Fighter and Tekken and Mortal Kombat will have that is always going to be an advantage for them over so many other fighting games, is that when you hear there is going to be a new Street Fighter or a new Tekken or for a new Mortal Kombat, you are expecting it to be a fighting game, and that you get that that's what it's supposed to be, because everyone played Street Fighter 2 and we all found out that we were not the best at that game. So Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken all have that reputation already. You hear a new Tekken game's coming out, it's a fighting game. And if it's not a fighting game, you're like, what the hell? Like, you actually get more confused when you end up with games in those IPs that aren't fighting games, right? But you know they're going to be a fighting game, and so you're happy they're a fighting game, and you expect it to be very competitive. And so it's very easy to approach those games with a more correct mindset, right? If you're approaching League of Legends because I want to see my favorite heroes do cool shit, like in a fighting game, like you're going to try to play it and you're just going to be like, this is too hard for me. I can't do this. I can't do this. You know, and again, you know, like one thing that I probably should have addressed as well is the lack of one-player content in the game. But again, like I have not heard this from any one of them. I've not heard this from a single one of them. But I will tell you right now, I guarantee you that you talk to anybody who worked on that game and they're going to say, oh yeah, we had that plan. Oh yeah, we had this crazy story mode plan. Oh yeah, we had this crazy rank system plan. Oh yeah, we had this, like, I guarantee you, right? Again, it's just time, budget, money, lots of different people throwing in different ideas. The fact that even between a lot of the betas that we were seeing different fuses and some fuses disappear, and then new fuses coming in means that there's still a lot going on with that game. You know what I mean? A lot of people talked about the 10-year development. Again, that to me is more of a sign of not having a Daisuke, a Harada, you know, et cetera, on the top. Really just kind of, you know, like, no, look, I'm the guy who gets to say what the vision for this game is. If that's not what you want, then you shouldn't be having me make your game, you know, kind of thing like that. So it was a really unfortunate situation. And so, you know, again, going back to the elephant in the room, you know, if you're Pat the Flip, like, and you want to make this game and really learn what it takes to make a really sick fighting game that you like, you know, more power to you. And again, there's going to be people who are going to be there who are like, I really want my game to succeed. But I have heard so many people in so many different ways say, I would rather have 100 people love my game than 10,000 people like my game. I have heard that so many times from so many different people that it is not a rare thought process, and it's not someone that you should just straight up vilify people over. And in fact, you know, some of the people that I've heard that, you know, say that after their game came out, they were mad that not a lot of people were playing it. And I was like, dude, like, like you literally said that you would rather have a small amount of people love your game than a lot of people like it. And now you're mad that people aren't playing your game, right? So I actually give props to Pat for, you know, sticking to his guns here, man. Like, you know, it's not a wishy-washy thing. He's like, I'd rather make a game that, you know, I'm proud of than to make a boring game that's popular, right? And he still believes that way. You know what? More power to you for actually sticking to your guns on that one, honestly. Now, can you say like, oh, some of the things he said were insensitive, you know, or some of the things he said were just like straight sociopathic or whatever like that? Again, it's just going to depend on how you look at things, and if you are someone who could be a good corporate stooge, or if you are someone who's like, my God, like my decisions can determine, you know, if people lose their job or not or whatever, you know, like everybody's going to approach it differently, okay? So the criticisms against Pat the Flip are very legitimate, and they're very, very much logical, and they have every right to be expressed, and they have every right to feel the way that they feel. All the people who are defending Pat the Flip are all legitimate, and they're all correct in expressing that they agree with how he's doing it, right? A lot of people are like, have you not worked a job? I was at a job where I was not appreciated, and they eventually blamed my team for all the mistakes on the project, even though we worked our asses off. And I've told the story many times that our stuff was still working after we all left the company and didn't maintain it, and all the new shit that they wrote didn't work. So, you know, I know what it's like to put your life into a company and then get completely disrespected because management needed somebody to blame, and so they blamed our team and screwed us over. So I get it. I fucking get it, okay? So again, everybody's going to be approaching this from a different position. And again, it's such a nuanced discussion. It's such a weird topic to talk about. And, you know, the fact that everybody is so passionate about it, though, is kind of one of the things that I feel like we should focus on, right? It just really shows that we fucking love our fighting games, man. And like, and we want to have fun with our fighting games. I do feel bad for a lot of the people who love 2XKO, who have quit their job to become a 2XKO player, you know, kind of situations. You know, I do genuinely feel bad. I feel bad for all the devs. They put 10 years into this game. You know, obviously that's a sign of problems, but they still put 10 years of their lives into this game. And it sucks that this is the result, right? Same thing happened to Rumbleverse, right? Like, I see shades of Rumbleverse so badly in what happened to 2XKO. You had all these passionate people who really worked very hard to make something super cool that a lot of people loved, and then it just wasn't good enough for the company that was publishing it. And so the dream died, right? Like, how are you gonna get mad at like any of the devs at this point, right? Like, how are you gonna be mad at the people working on the game? That's my attitude coming from there. And, you know, I'm sure some people can have valid reasons to still be upset at them, but God, that sucks. It really sucks, man. Like, I feel bad, and I really hope a lot of these guys land on their own feet, or maybe we see, you know, Super Rising Thunder. You know, maybe we get a Super Rising Thunder, you know. I think Seth, I mean, honestly, we have no idea. And it could very well just be that someone gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Because a lot of the positions that Seth went to were pretty big positions for pretty big companies. So it just literally just could be an opportunity came up, and it's just like, this is really stupid if I don't take this opportunity. Like, I'm sorry. Right? And yeah, see, everyone's going to be like, oh, he saw the writing on the walls or whatever like that. Dude, like, if a company like Epic Games was just like, hey, Seth, you know, we've heard a lot of good stuff about you. We like you. What if we offered you this much money? And you just sit there and look at it and you're just like, look, I have to be stupid to not take this, right? Like, that just could literally be the reason. Like, I plan to have a family. I want to be able to afford to send my kids to college, right? Like, I don't even know if he has kids right now, but it's just like, everybody has their own reason to make these decisions. We don't have to make it so that, you know, all these people are, you know, oh, Seth saw the writing on the wall, that's why he left. You know, like, it doesn't have to be that way. It could just be whatever, honestly. But again, as I do, I usually go over these topics and then I don't look at the chat. So I'm going to scroll back and look at some of the chat and see if there's anything that I can address over here. Oh, Nathan, you're doing the thing again. You're rubbing your head on my hand when I'm using the mouse. As soon as I try to use the mouse, you're like, nope, you're not allowed to do this. Let's see here. The game was made for a competitive audience, which is small. Yeah, it's so funny because, like, I always say about fighting games, like, dude, like, the number of people that we see at EVO playing Street Fighter is, like, a fraction of the audience playing that game, because there's more casual players than there are serious players. The funny thing is, I feel like all the people that we saw playing 2XKO at tournaments was like all the people playing the game, because I don't feel like there were a lot of casual people playing the game. I actually feel like it's kind of the opposite, that 2XKO had a lot of people who really liked it, but not a lot of people who just played it casually and kind of enjoyed it, you know? SF6 direction has a direction, a goal. Yeah, it's true. I mean, again, when I first heard that they were making dynamic mode, where people can just mash buttons and shit happens, I was like, God, this is the dumbest thing ever. And nowadays, I'm like, dynamic mode is actually kind of one of the coolest things ever, because their goal was to try to make a new Street Fighter that a lot of people can get into. And they succeeded, because that was their goal, that was their message, and the whole thing that they were doing from the top to the bottom has been that way, right? That is kind of the goal. And so, you know, it's been working. Honestly, depends on what you mean expectations were too high. The way the official post put it, they couldn't make money on a month-by-month basis. They couldn't sell enough of the stuff they were making to get their money back, and no signs of that trend changing. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when the game is free to play and stuff like that, and that is a very difficult thing to tried to handle here. But, you know, maybe it wasn't player count, but the same expectation is set upon how much money can we make from this game, right? And that's one of the hardest things about this, is that we haven't really had a free-to-play fighting game kind of succeed outside of like Brawlhalla. I think is free-to-play, right? If I'm not mistaken. But Brawlhalla also like just dumps out a bunch of skins. I think one of the hard things is that the people in charge were too eager to try to make the money back like really significantly quickly. And they probably charged too much for the skins. They shouldn't have made the skins be like all a part of like packs, you know, because like Olaf and I were talking about this, right? Like, you know, he wanted some costumes for some characters, but he didn't want costumes for characters that he never wanted to play. But if the costume pack, you know, was forced to actually be like everybody, like you had to buy like 3 costumes and you only wanted one of them, like that's not gonna work very well for you. You know what I mean? So like it is tough. It is tough that, you know, I'm sure they were burning through a lot of money on that game. And so it's just like, again, it was just a really weird situation, and I really do feel like the game was not really set up in a way that it could succeed, because I think there was a lot of like crap, and I do think the game came out probably sooner than they wanted it to, because working on it for 10 years is a lot of money to lose on a game that you haven't started making money from, honestly. Couldn't get another 1 or 2. Yeah, that would have been awesome. I mean, even NetherRealms gives their games at least 2 years. Yeah. No, 2XKO, yeah, this is where I was like talking. 2XKO was like calling a car 4-wheeled metal box that runs on dead dinosaurs. Oh, man, yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, Mindful. But yeah, 2XKO, I mean, to be fair, B-Boy, the name X for Twitter is also one of the worst naming choices in the history of naming choices. The fact that everyone still calls them tweets, everyone still calls it Twitter, like nobody calls it X unless you're a big old Musk fanboy, but nobody calls it X. It's just a terrible name. It's just, why do you want the name of your game to be like weird abbreviation, right? Like it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. Where's it? Honestly, personally, I think the name killed it. Why does anyone care when the name doesn't have anything anyone can attach to it? I mentioned to anyone 2XKO and they don't have a clue, but I mentioned Project L and they know immediately. Yeah, dude. It's crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. Oh, man. Let's see. Riot seemed fatigued with the project. Yeah, well, I mean, if you spend a lot of money, if you pay that many people to make a game for 10 years in a row and you still don't have a product, it's probably easy to get fatigued about the game, honestly. So, no, Yomi and Rising Thunder are not the same characters at all. I don't know where you got that idea from. That's really weird. Because I know who made Yomi and I know who made Rising Thunder. And there's just like no way that would have happened, honestly. Yeah, releasing a fighting game with like no onboarding options like arcade modes. Yeah, I did address that a little bit. Let's see. Can he explain what that takes that long to makes money to make 10 characters? Again, because the thing about it is, if your game system... So Mike Jones asked, can he explain what takes that long and that much money to make 10 characters? It makes no sense. They've probably made a lot of characters. The thing about it is that one of the things that people have to be cognizant of is that when you change the mechanics of your game, you have to do so much to your goddamn character to make it work in the new system that it's built, right? When you make a character in a fighting game, they are prisoners of the mechanics of the game. How you balance a character is completely based on the mechanics of your game. And if you sat there and you've created like 25 heroes, 30 heroes, and have like 50% completed a bunch of them, and then the entire mechanics change, you're like, oh God, like a lot of the work that you put into it completely goes away. It's basically like filming a movie and then halfway through, they tear out 2/3 of the script and rewrite the whole thing. That's basically kind of the equivalent of that. And what we've seen from, 2XKO changing from single players to a tag fighter, and we have no idea what kind of internal changes happen with the game mechanics and systems. Like, you literally can invalidate a character completely by changing the mechanics. Sure, they have the model and all this other stuff like half ready to go, but you're not going to finish it until you know that they're going to be released, etc., because you want to work on other things. And then like a mechanic changes. Well, this character probably fits in that mechanic better, so we were working on Katarina, so we're going to actually dump her because she doesn't work in this mechanic very well, so now we're going to go with Blitzcrank instead, right? Because Blitzcrank works better in this mechanic. So all this work that we put into Katarina, we can't actually make her work yet. We're going to have to go in and redo her as a character completely to make her fit in. And they just never got around to it. And so, dude, when you change the mechanic for a game, you throw character for a complete loop, honestly. Let's see. Just to talk about, I remember I was reading a little bit of the chat over here. Let's see here. Sure you can. Everyone loved VF2 because it was technical revolution. The game was in the Smithsonian. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can make games that, because VF2 was super technical at the highest level, but, the draw of it was the first 3D fighting game. Thank you for the follow, Dusket. Appreciate it. I feel like some people look at the success of something like DBFZ, where multiple communities came together and loved it, but that's the exception, not the rule. But also, it was designed in a way that a lot of people, like someone was kind of in charge. Like they clearly had a goal for it, because when DBFZ first came out, most of the characters kind of played similarly. Like that was one of the main complaints of the game, right? There was clearly a vision. Also, thank you, Mike Ross, for the raid here with 91 viewers. Shout outs to you guys. And all I'm going to say is, based on the tweet that Mike Ross put out, I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but based on the tweet, Kimberly is completely fair and balanced. That's all I'm going to say. Kimberly is completely fair and balanced. Anyways, DBFZ is... they did do that, right? They did exactly what I said that I feel like 2XKO should have done, is that they did try to make a game, because it was an IP-based fighting game, that was simple for beginners to play, right? It was a much, much simpler fighting game. You're welcome, Mike Ross. You're welcome. But they did do that, right? Like literally button into launch, button into knockdown. Like you just did that. And as they kept going, they added complexity to that game, which is kind of the route that you want to take with some of these situations here. So, the fact that Dragon Ball was successful is kind of, backs up, what I'm saying, that when you have an IP like that, that's kind of what you have to do. And the funny thing about it too is that when you actually look at Dragon Ball Fighters numbers compared to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, I think it's called, that the new one that came out. Like, the numbers for Sparking Zero are just like, they blow Dragon Ball Fighter's number out of the water, dude. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Again, going back to the whole concept that Mike Ross, why am I talking about Mike Ross all of a sudden? My concept that fighting games are not a popular genre, okay? They're just not a popular genre. I think the reason why I had Mike Ross on the mind, because I was also thinking to myself, like, you guys have no idea how powerful of a weapon Mike Ross was in getting fighting games popular during Street Fighter 4. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. Thank you, Donkey Does Dallas. Yes, my cat is beautiful. He is a good cat. So, yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ is kind of like the way that it probably should have went. 3D games get a pass for lacking motion inputs 99% of the time just because they're such huge knowledge check games. If it's like a 2D game that has no motion inputs, tons of the FGC just say no deep gameplay without even knowing the actual mechanics. Yeah, it's a weird situation. My opinion on the motion inputs and not motion inputs have changed over time. I truly believe that either one works. You just have to know what game you're making, how you're making it, and what having simple inputs does to the perception of your game. Like, you can't just say, I'm going to put simple inputs into this fighting game and be done with it, right? Like, you have to realize how that affects the gameplay, right? Reaction becomes a much stronger component of your fighting game. And so you have to design moves to be slower or etc. or something like that. And two, what that message gives out to people who are going to play your fighting game, right? That message automatically means, like, okay, the game is going to be simple, right? And again, in the case of 2XKO, they actively fought against that, even to the point that they had 2 special move buttons. Like, they made the game so complicated that 1 special move button wasn't enough for the majority of the characters, that they had to split it into 2 special move buttons. And this is where Masahiro Sakurai would have been a great help. They not only did that, but they did not universalize that concept at all. Every character had a different, there was no universal overall kind of like idea on the buttons, right? Like, I will never understand, and this is like not a good example of this, but like, why Blitzcrank, to do his ground grab and his air grab, was forward and down for Blitzcrank, but when Blitzcrank is an assist, I'm sorry, it's neutral and down, but when Blitzcrank is an assist, it's neutral and back, right? Okay, all the assists, you know, you had the forward, you had the neutral, you have the back, and like you have the forward assist or whatever. Okay, so make Blitzcrank's anti-air grab like back, right? Like, make it like, why, you know, and like special move 1 and special move 2, the buttons, like, the thing about Smash is that up and B was like, hi, I want to get back on the stage. Up and B is probably going to be what I'm going to do, right? Down and B is my cool, unique mechanic. Forward and B tends to hit in front of me. Neutral B tends to be like a charge up or something that hits really close in front of me, or a projectile. Like, there was a good theming to the way that the buttons worked. And I feel like that theming did not exist in 2XKO. And I think that, you know, was a problem there, right? So even if you don't have motion inputs and stuff like that, you're sending a specific message for the game. If you are not having motion inputs in your game, you have to understand the messaging you are sending in your game, unless you can be very loud about it, which they were early on. And again, you can tell that message kind of disappeared after a while. right? That, okay, we're using single button inputs, but we're still making the game we can still make the game high execution. Just you wait. Just you wait until you see what happens with what we want to do. Like, I feel like that message disappeared after a while because I don't think that's the message that Riot wanted anymore. Right? And so again, adding to that whole thing of like, oh, we don't have motions. Our game is simple. And then when they're designing the characters, they're like, we're going to have single button inputs, but we'll show you that we can make it just as complicated with motions. Right? Again, this lack of communication. Again, neither mindset is wrong. It's just who's your audience and what do you want to make the game for? Right? That's it. You could make any fighting game. You can make a fighting game, I mean, like Fantasy Strike, right? Like Fantasy Strike doesn't have crouching, right? It doesn't have crouching at all. Like, you can make a game work that way. I'm not going to begrudge Fantasy Strike for not having crouching. Like, if that's your intention and that's the message that you're conveying, that's cool. But if you're going to make a complicated-ass game like freaking Avatar, and then you put in your trials, like, really hard shit, like Kara canceling Toph off of her pillars to get combos, like, you put that in your trials, like, and then, like, Sokka's, like, basic stuff is run, stop, fierce, you know, like, you are sending a clear message in your game. Like, okay, you are not, like, you are in for a ride here, right? Like, as long as your messaging is correct, everything can work. But the problem is that you have to realize what the message that certain things that you choose to do send, such as having simple inputs. And if you want to say that simple inputs doesn't mean that this is going to be a beginner game, that's what you present early on. Right? If you're like, oh, yeah, you think that it's going to be simple inputs, but watch this. You guys are going to have fun. Right? Like, then it's okay. But if you're not actually, if your message and what your goal is are conflicting with each other, that's just going to be a recipe for disaster, honestly. Not disaster. It's going to be a recipe for, because again, there's by no like measurements that 2XKO was a disaster or a failure. I really, really think the game was very successful in terms of being a fighting game, honestly. I think they did a great job, and I think that they did really well. I think they found a great audience for it. It's just that so much messaging was conflicted that the game just didn't satisfy in the end what Riot was hoping it was going to be. This is why tag was a bad idea. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way, but you know, League of Legends is a team-based game, and I'm sure they wanted to make it feel team-based. And then also so that you can play with your friends. I'm sure that was one of the biggest reasons that it ended up that way. So again, like everything that I say about 2XKO, about it, like, oh, this was kind of a bad decision, is based on the messaging, not based off of, you know, my personal experiences or what I think about. Again, everything that they did was cool, and the game really well made. It's just that it conflicted with the messaging. Let's see. Over here, Avatar fighting game legit could be a good model for a FF4 or a FF6 themed fighting game. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like a Final Fantasy fighting game, just in general, right? You better hope people vote for Tenzin for the last DLC spot. Yeah, I really hope they do. Rising Thunder felt like beginner Street Fighter 4, and it was really nice. Yeah, I mean, it definitely didn't have the complexity of 2XKO, but I feel like they could have gone there if they wanted to. But if they literally just kept saying that that is what they wanted to do, it would have been fine, right? An old head that's used to short combos and how hyper fighting is would have helped give a second opinion, yeah. Why do people love denying the casuals, bringing the money? I'm half jokingly, but damn die, yeah, I remember talking about that. Part of the problem is they never marketed it in the first place. Yes, Lord Sovereign, absolutely, and I definitely addressed that they didn't have any crossover tie-ins between the game, which is just very, very weird to me. Let's see. I feel like Riot chose 2XKO name because they knew back then there was a problem with the development. They wanted to distance themselves with their fighting game in case it failed. You know, Emmanuel, that is a really, really interesting comment. That is a really interesting comment. Because, like, I've been in big enough companies to not think that that's a crazy theory. I've actually been in enough companies, I've been in a big enough of a company to actually think there might be merit to that, which is crazy. Oh, man. The goal for my game is to make some bullshit. Yeah, see, that's a great goal, Richard, honestly. Children are very good at pointing out the problems in video games. So it sounds like they already have the casual. Did they say they're working on a platform fighter? I actually wasn't aware of that. I didn't know. I didn't hear about that. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, like, I literally am usually out of the loop on all of that stuff. So let's see. It read to me the name was an FU to the League brand. Very rebellious, and said we can make it our own name. Odd place to do that. Yeah. Just frames in your simple fighter is crazy. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pay for the pay-per-view for Capcom Cup next year. Let's see. The Project L art and graphics looked way better than 2XKO. 2XKO looks like, I mean, again, you know, you can say that. I still think 2XKO is one of the prettiest games out there. It looks fantastic. And I'm sure the cartoony vibe of it, I don't know if that, because Arcana didn't look like that, right? Arcane still had very, very detailed look, and it didn't look cartoony. It wasn't cel shaded, if I'm not mistaken, unless it was, because if Arcane was cel shaded, then that could be a very, very big reason why it ended up that way. But I still think the game looks beautiful. So, like, I think Akali is, like, super... The one where she does that crazy smoke trail is just, like, still one of the coolest looking supers ever. But, yeah, I get why a lot of people want some real... I've seen old footage of Okami, actually. And there's a lot about the old footage of Okami that I kind of was like... Because it used to look really realistic. And there is a part of me that was kind of like, I kind of wish it kind of like stayed looking this way, despite the fact that Okami is a beautiful, beautiful video game, right? So, again, Lurpak, you know how I feel about Street Fighter Cross Tekken. So, I do wonder how 2SKO would have launched if they never pivoted to a 2v2 game. Probably more characters, I'd imagine. It is significantly harder to balance a 2v2 game. If you don't... So, 2XKO went one route where it's a tag fighter, and they made every character... So, like, they made it a tag game, but they made the game like Blaze Blue, in which every character has their own mechanic and their own system, and that is difficult, right? Whereas Tokon kind of went the other way, which is that while every character does have a lot of their own mechanics and stuff, like, they all kind of provide the same assists, and, like, a lot of them do the same thing with their air combos, like, very similar routes. Like, I can tell you right now, doesn't matter who you play in that game, raw 2H into HM, and then juggle with M crouching, like 2H into juggle, like, is gonna work with every character. Like, it works literally with every character. Oh, man. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, that's a good one, Lamel. Hideki Kamiya.
James,
yeah, it's a really, really good. What the heck? What do we want to, Shinji Mikami? Yeah, another good one. Even Sakurai with Smash Brothers is like that. His direction controls the whole product. Yeah, absolutely. Again, yes, what is it? JX3ABYA8. There's no, like, leet speak on that one. I have no idea how to pronounce your username if you're actually still in here, JX3ABYA8. But yeah, I mean, from Japan, having it with that mindset of the auteur kind of helps a lot, I think. So, let's see. They made Avatar feels like they're learning bending when playing the game. They really did. Avatar making it feel like you're learning bending. I feel like 2XKO Fate was sealed at launch, and they basically always had a year to prove otherwise. What was it? Oh, thank you for the cheer, Donkey Does Dallas. Appreciate it. It just makes me think of Donkey Doug from the SNL skit of the Kavanaugh hearing. God, dude, that's still one of the greatest skits, dude. Like, shout outs to Matt Damon, honestly. I mean, Dark Phoenix is tough because they fired a whole bunch of people from that team pretty quickly after the launch. So I don't even know if they were ready to give it a year to prove otherwise. Like, I almost wonder if a lot of the people on the team kind of knew that this was going to happen already based on that. Honestly, it's crazy. Let's see here. What kind of precedence would this set for the future? You mean with 2XKO not succeeding? I mean, I think the precedent, that's a really good question, Lurpak, because it's like, how is this going to affect the FGC? Well, it means that a lot of companies are not going to try to make fighting games like 2XKO anymore. They're going to make DCKO. You know, that's the kind of fighting game that they're going to make more often in our community. And, you know, it just shows that if you are a company with a ton of money and a ton of resources and an amazing IP, that doesn't mean jack shit. That just doesn't mean you are going to be able to make a successful fighting game. That the requirements to make a successful fighting game are a lot deeper than people think. It's not just going to be like cool IP, right? Like, it's really going to come back down to fighting games with a vision. And, you know, as much as people I know hated Strive, you know, and I'm not going to argue with you that Strive was simpler than Xrd and XX, like, but clearly that was their vision, and the entire game of Strive fits within that vision. Again, every time I look at Strive with the zooming combo counter and the giant counter at the bottom of the screen, and the original betas where they tried to put the burst gauge like on the guard meter and all this stuff, because you could tell they were trying to put all the information that you needed to look at in one place. Like, you could tell what they were trying to do with that game. And so I don't begrudge what they did with Strive. And in fact, I really like a lot of the things they did for Strive. And I still think a lot of the things they did were good ideas. But, you know, that might be the right way to make a fighting game, you know, is to make it simple at the beginning with a vision and then change it as you go, like Dragon Ball Fighters, like Strive, like all these other fighting games that just got more and more. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. When that game first came out, that game was super simple. Man, like, that game was just like really simple. And then they added all the other things, like the pips, I forgot what they were called, you know, and, you know, like, they created all these crazy mechanics with it and stuff like that. So, you know, maybe really the goal is to create a fighting game, is to come out with something simple, get a lot of people into it, and make it more complicated as you go. So again, that would be a fun challenge, right? Like, I think that would be cool. So again, like, if you want to make, like, oh, I want to make the fighting game I want to make, you kind of have to compromise a little bit at the beginning, and then maybe skew the game into the direction that you want to go. Maybe that is the right pattern to make fighting games, because a lot of the people that, you know, by the time you're making crucial system mechanic changes, you know, like, a lot of the players that, you know, would have been affected by that have already tried the game and left probably. And the ones that have stuck around would be willing to adjust to it because now the mechanic change is this much of something to learn instead of trying to learn all of it at the very beginning, you know? But I will say that I do think that what this means is that a lot of people are not going to want to make fighting games anymore. I think a lot of big companies are going to be like, holy crap, if Riot can't make a fighting game, you know, they're not going to look at the fact, you know, game came out with 10 characters and it was super complicated, you know, all these other factors. But it is going to make a lot of companies just be like, you know what, fighting games are poison. Because for all intents, like for like the history, every time a big company has tried to jump in and make a fighting game and be like, look, we're going to make a fighting game. We've got the money. We've got the muscle. Let's go. And like they've all like kind of failed, right? So like it's hard to get into this space. And if you're going to make a game in this space, you have to have realistic expectations that it's not going to make a lot of money. I'm sorry, it's just not. And, you know, if you are going to try to make a fighting game, maybe a unique IP is kind of the route to go or something. I don't know, but Riot not being able to make a successful fighting game is going to send a lot of messages to other companies. That is the wrong message. But it will still feed into the message that fighting games are kind of like poison, that you can't make money from them, right? And so, you know, I think maybe we'll see less brand new fighting games from bigger companies in the near future until the cycle repeats itself again, right? But, you know, I do think that a lot, like within the gaming industry, I am pretty sure fighting games have already been, you know how that term for movies is box office poison, right? Like, I feel like fighting games are already video game poison. But the fact that Riot couldn't succeed with a fighting game, I think is going to really grow that feeling. And so, you know, it's going to be tough for our genre. But again, you know, as long as we have, you know, cool indie teams like making games like Avatar and then, you know, games like Capcom and Arc System. I mean, look, Marvel Tokon is not even really succeeding right now. Marvel Tokon, which is like the most beautiful game and looks like it should be so casual friendly and like there's been all this content for Deadpool, like that game is kind of considered not succeeding right now. Like fighting games are not, it's hard to succeed making fighting games. And so if Riot can't succeed and if Marvel Tokon can't succeed, we're in for a really, really tough time for the FGC. There might be a period of time where we don't see a lot of new fighting games for a while, honestly. Good question, Lurpak. Very, very good question. I don't even know if you're still in the chat. But yeah, great question. Great question. Let's see. Riot's kind of tripping too during the times MOBAs are dying. So it's like they're expecting it. American Dota and Chinese Dota is super dead, and Europe is the only Dota left. Interesting. League's not the Titan it was. Yeah. Let's see. I feel like a lot of established RPs are pretty locked into what they are, and trying to deviate will result in less sales from their core audience. I mean, one's own grief, it kind of is. And, you know, the reason why something like Marvel Rivals will succeed is because, you know, Marvel is a movie, a comic franchise. So making games out of it works. But even still then, Tokon is not flying off the shelves and Marvel Rivals is like super popular. It's kind of crazy, actually. Again, fighting games are just, I mean, I don't know why people never understand me when I say that fighting games are harder to get into than every other competitive genre. Again, yes, at the highest level, they're all just as hard to get good at. But to get players to play it and to retain them, like, fighting games are really hard. The level of difficulty that you have to overcome early in fighting games is so much higher than MOBAs and FPSs and just like everything. Dude, like, it's like not even comparable. And again, I say that because nothing that we do naturally at humans works in fighting games. We've seen what people try to do when they fight, when they don't know how to fight. It looks really bad, right? But if you give people paint guns, they kind of know how to shoot at other people and hide behind things to try to be safe, right? But as soon as you try to make two people who have no idea how to fight, like, it just turns into the dumbest looking thing in the world. Like, it's crazy. Nothing about fighting games is intuitive. There is nothing, and especially because video games teach you to mash buttons. And then you play fighting games, and mashing buttons is the wrong thing that people spend so much time telling you to not mash buttons. Like, it's crazy. Okay, actually, based off of that comment, I do remember what fighting game I would create if I created a fighting game completely new. I do remember I had a wild theory, but I'm not going to talk about it here in case maybe I ever do try to make it. But yeah, you know, it's, I don't know why people get, like, they always yell at me whenever I say fighting games are harder than other genres. And then people are like, oh God, it takes just as much to master. I'm like, you're right. It does take just as much to master. I'm talking about the early side and retention of players. Fighting games, and again, it's funny because everybody is praising Avatar. Guess what's not in Avatar? Ranked. How often have I said that ranked is like the worst thing? That, like, it sucks, right? Ranked is not in freaking Avatar, and people are enjoying the fuck out of this game. Dude. People need... Okay. This segment brought to you by James turning off some filters that he naturally has most of the time. Start. People need to fucking listen to me. You need to fucking listen to me. I know what I'm talking about, okay? Every time I say something and something comes out and does the thing that I'm talking about, it seems to work, okay? Like, fucking listen to me. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. That segment was brought to you by James turning off his imposter syndrome filter. Okay. Seriously, dude. Oh, man. The fact that people are enjoying Avatar and it has no rank mode is actually really funny. Oh, man. Let's see here. Single player content doesn't keep people playing and buying content. Yeah, it doesn't, but like the single player content isn't necessarily like what it does is that's the entry point. That's the goal of single player content isn't to make people buy stuff. It's to trick them into playing your game. It's to trick them into playing your game. It's to trick them into learning how to play your game, aka home run contest, break the targets. The genius of those modes wasn't that, oh, they give someone something to do when they play the game. The genius of that is that you play the game and you don't realize you're learning, and you don't realize that you're, getting better at the game by getting better at these little sub games. That's the point of first player content, because a lot of people don't like going online and playing against somebody else and losing to somebody else. That's just the truth. I know people that literally will, like, they love video games. They make video games and they will never play a 1v1 versus any type of video game at all, ever, right? And it's because there's so many people out there that just don't want to deal with that. But if you make the one-player content good enough and they enjoy it and they start learning when they don't know that they're learning, that softens the blow for them actually trying it out, because they'll play the game, they'll be like, oh, that's sick that this character can do this, but I really want to hit somebody else with it, not these targets. Maybe I'll try to play ranked. Because this seems kind of cool. That's what one-player content is for. It's to trick people into enjoying your game so that they might be retained. The one-player content doesn't do the actual retaining and getting people to buy stuff. The one-player content tricks people into playing your game so you have a larger player base that might stick around. That's what one-player content is for. Okay? So let's put that out on the table. And it sounds terrible. It sounds terrible that I'm saying the whole point of one-player content is to trick people. That's what video games are. That's what video games do. And again, people are going to be like, well, back in the arcades, we didn't have to trick people. You just made the... Again, back in the arcades, it cost 25 cents to try a fighting game. And if someone kicked your ass, you lost 25 cents. Oh, no. And also, there wasn't 700,000 things on your phone to play that give you dumb, stupid daily tasks that make you want to keep playing because you want to make sure that you complete some stupid trophy or something for no reason, because that's just how human brains work, right? Like, fighting games are fighting for a share of all these video game players that are being tricked to play their games, right? Why do fighting games have to be this noble genre where we don't trick people into playing our game when 100% of the other genres are doing that? Why do we need this nobility? Why do we have to feel like because we went through this shit and we did it through the fires and the flames, no one had to trick me into playing the game? Why do we feel like that because we had this experience that everybody else needs to? No, fuck that. Trick people into playing our games. Because like I said, 100% of all the other video games out there are trying to do the same. They're putting out trailers that make the game more interesting than it probably is. They're trying to get you stuck playing a game. When you play a gacha game on your phone, their measurement of success is the amount of time that a person spends staring at their phone in one session. Because the longer that they can get someone stuck on this app and playing for no goddamn reason, the higher chance they'll eventually pay for something. Because it becomes this higher sunk, cost fallacy. I've put so much time in there. God, I'm just going to buy something because I've been putting so much time into it, right? The entire genre, our entire hobby is built upon tricking you to play the game. Let's do it too. Let's do it too. Because there's no reward for being honorable trying to get people to play fighting games. There's just no reward for it. We're going to stay a niche forever. So let's trick people into playing our genre. One-player content is important because it's designed to trick people into playing our games. Let's see. Here. What's cool is the announced the demanded 100 entries for TNS that same day. Well, they probably got 108 entrants because of the announcement, because people want to prove otherwise, right? It's kind of interesting the way that works a lot of the times. Yeah, Toka's problem right now is the cruddy PC port, but it's more than that. It's more than that, honestly. Oh, they're having 4 of the 2XKO devs in their Thursday tournament, and anyone who beats them gets stuff. That's cool, Tuhalu. That's actually really, really cool. I believe their goal of having a beginner-friendly fighting game was much better suited for Riot's canceled platform fighter called Pool Party, as plat fighters seem unbeatable casual-wise. Yeah. Sure. I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of that involved as well. Let's see here. I'm really behind on this here. Dissidia is right there. Yeah, and Dissidia was cool. I didn't think it was great, but it was cool. Multiverses. Oh, when Multiverses shut down, Riot was like, well, I guess that didn't work. Yeah, but Multiverses also made the mistake that they made their game worse between betas, and it was like, everyone was like, what? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? How would you feel about the duo of Seth and Sakurai making a fighting game? That would be a weird one, but I actually would be maybe a little on board, maybe. It depends. It's just like, you never know. You really never, ever know. It's so hard to say. Like, it could turn out to be the greatest thing, and it could turn out to be the worst thing, you know, honestly. Let's see here. Oh, getting some odd background sounds. Oh, sorry, Zilcho. Were the background sounds still there, or are they gone? Are the background sounds gone? Weird. Do you know anything about the rumored development and cancellation of a new Killer Instinct game that was rumored last week? I had not heard anything about that. I'm really terrible at like rumors and weird things like that. I never hear about these things, which is kind of funny. And so they always come out of left field for me. They decided the Falcons game with the first round of layout. They didn't, yeah, judging from Pat the Flip's recent post, 2XKO basically got denied a future the moment they laid off half their team. Yeah, that, like, honestly, I feel like they kind of originally already felt that way. So, dude, Grand Blue, like, from when it first came out to now, Valkyrian 7 is, like, not even the same game, I swear. Let's see. I presume Riot pulled the plug because it wasn't making League money rather than it making no money. Well, they said that it wasn't making enough to justify them the finances to keep working on it every month. So what I'm guessing is that the amount of money they were spending to continue supporting the game every month was significantly less than the amount of money they were making from skin sales and stuff like that. And that is one of the hardest things about fighting games too, is that fighting games, you know, a character has to be so honed and so well designed. And so, like, you have to put so much work into a fighting game character, right? Whereas if you make a character for, like, how many heroes are in League of Legends? Like, how often do they drop a new character in League of Legends, right? Like, they're still dropping new characters, right? And then for every character that you drop, you can make, like, skins really fast, right? For fighting games, it's just like it requires so much effort, so you're just not going to get a fighting game with, like, 120 characters. Unless it's, like, Smash Ultimate. How many characters are in Smash Ultimate now? Jesus. But, like, you don't have a game with 120 characters in a fighting game, and thus, you can't make like 10 skins for each one of them and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's hard to fund a free-to-play fighting game if you're not doing a lot of the right things. Like, I felt like Street Fighter Nathan muted the microphone. I feel like Street Fighter 6 is doing a lot of the right things, but they're just not following up on it. Like the versus screen faces, like was just right there for DLC. The way they cheer coming down towards the ring, DLC. Like costumes, DLC. I don't know what's going on with Street Fighter 6. I don't know why Capcom isn't supporting it stronger than they are. Just like, let's hire a bunch of people just to make costumes. I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea. But like, it's hard to make DLC for fighting games. It's hard to bank on the whale model, because that's just not how fighting games work, right? There's so many video games out there that depend on the whale model and they'll work, right? But fighting games have such fewer characters, so it also takes a lot longer to make costumes for them. And, there's not a lot of spaces where you can throw in that kind of stuff. Because honestly, if you make a fighting game where, like there's a bazillion costumes, like that actually kind of gets annoying when I turn on I've turned on Tekken 7 before, and I literally didn't know which two characters were playing because they turned them into the same character with the same costumes, and God knows all women in Tekken have the same body. So like, I just had no idea which characters I was looking at, honestly. It was kind of nuts. Let's see here. What's up, Tylog? Sorry that I taking so long to catch up to chat here. Simple and then complex reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, that's how they all work, right? Like, Magic the Gathering can be complicated right away, but it can also be simple, right? If you want to just start it really, really simply. Me personally, still looking forward to new fighting games. Yeah, same. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has also hemorrhaged top players. Oof. Riot really hasn't been able to succeed with too many other games. It's hard. Video game genre, this is a whole nother topic, but the video game genre right now, there's a bubble that has to burst for this genre, honestly, because it's video games are fucked right now. But like I said, that's a whole nother topic for another time. The problem to get was most of the characters sucked. I mean, I've heard a lot of the people are mad because instead of picking popular League characters, they kind of focused on the arcane, tie-ins and stuff like that. I have no thoughts on that. I can't have any thoughts on that because I don't know it well enough. So I can't really say anything about it. Tokon is suffering more from Sony than anything else. Yeah, for sure. Well, that fixes your complaint about there being too many fighting games. Yeah, I guess that's true, Petty. Oh man. Let's see here. Rivals is free to play. Yeah, so is 2XKO. LOBF Canty. Yeah, you said this is a great analogy. Which analogy did you say was a great analogy? Because I want to remember which analogy it was. Because if you think it's a great analogy, I could use it in the future. TI's been in a weird spot ever since they pulled crowdfunding. Tokon botched their launch, and there's nothing but good to great games coming immediately after. Can't really mess up your launch window this year. Seth famously said a fighting game player can solve any other game. Yeah, fighting games players always become the best at like something at like other genres. It's actually kind of crazy. James goes unfiltered for 20 seconds. Me personally, when I'm playing ranked and lose, it lets me work on my mistakes, but most Western gamers do not have that mindset. Correct. Break the targets, forever godlike. Correct. People want rank, they just don't want to see their rank. A mode that tries its best to ensure you 50% win rate is pretty legit. Versus, you got matched against Daigo. Yeah. It's interesting. Because the problem with fighting games is that, ranked, again, like, the fact that to get good at fighting games, you basically just have to sit there and just be like, yes, that's my fault. I suck. I have to get better. like others have been that like JX3 was saying, you know, you have to have that mindset, and it's so hard to have. I know you have to have that mindset, and I still get caught in the trap of when I lose to somebody in ranked, I'm like, I can't believe I lost to this. I know I'm better player than them. If I was a better player than them, I would have beat them, you know, and like, I'm basing it off of the fact that I've played fighting games for a really long time, so I should just be naturally skilled enough to beat these guys. And, you know, like, I don't play enough to justify that. Like, honestly, like, I don't play enough ranked to justify that, because you have to get used to all the different kinds of people out there that are playing fighting games, like, honestly. So, single content is onboarding. Yep, exactly. Subspace Emissary and World Tour are the biggest and best single-player fighting game modes. Yep, because you were right. They train you while also getting you hooked. Yes, but also single-player modes can be sufficient if it's good enough. And that's fine. Just like that whole concept of the whale model, you know, you get them keep playing enough, and eventually they spend money. If the one-player modes are good enough to keep someone playing a fighting game over and over again, they may eventually jump online, right? It's the same kind of idea. The mistake is giving the players an excuse to stop playing your game. That's how it works these days. As soon as you give them a reason to stop playing your game, you have failed. And so keep them playing, and eventually they may become what it is that you want them to do. They have dailies too, but the dailies give you points for things, drive tickets for things. The dailies should, like, your dailies should reward you, like I've always said, with costume points, right? With music points. Right? Build 1,000 music points, you can get one of the game's music packs. You know, the HUD, the crazy HUD? Build 10,000 like HUD points, and now you can get the HUD, right? Or something like that. Or, again, the other problem is you don't see the progression from your dailies, right? The dailies should give you things that you can buy to put in your stupid little house. Or to put in, like, I don't know, like some weird, like, battle hub thing that, like, what if like, you know, the battle hub, like, what if they just created mounts? I'm just making this up. This is not what I want them to do. But what if they just created mounts? Like, you can now be riding a horse or a giant turtle or whatever, and you can deck them out and walk them through, like, the freaking, you know, battle hub, right? But you get the points to do that from the dailies, right? What if you could, you know, like, decorate an arcade cabinet or something like that, and you get the decoration options from your daily, and now you can show off your arcade cabinet. Like these are all so stupid, but they work. This, like, that's, like, I don't do dailies because I'm just like, I don't need the thing that the dailies give me, right? But if, like, the dailies were like, oh, play this many, like, 5 matches a day, and now all of a sudden you can, like, do this crazy thing to make your arcade look awesome. Like, what if they just made it so that they just gave you a room, and with all those arcade games that you can play, like all the arcade games in the retro stuff, that you can put the cabinets and you can organize them in your own way, and then you can get, like, extra credits so that you can put monitors on top. You can change a Street Fighter cabinet from side by side into a 32-incher. You can create, like, the head-to-head cabinets for the fighting games, and you can just, like, build your arcade, and they give you, like, fighting game posters that you can plaster on the wall or whatever like that. And so now your avatar's running through your little arcade whenever you want to play the game, instead of going into that one menu screen. Like, you can just run up to the cabinet and start playing it that way, and you could invite people into your arcade for no goddamn, like, that's the kind of shit that you need to put in, like, the game. Like, that's what your dailies should reward. Like, it sounds stupid, and people are like, James, you're crazy. I never want to play a game like that. But you don't have to partake in it, right? You don't have to deal with any of that, but there are people out there that might kind of really enjoy that. Let's see, where am I? Over here. Let's see, jokes on that one, spend anything, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, I never spent anything on those games. I play Street Fighter Duel every day, and I still haven't spent a single penny on that game, dude. Fighting games fail because they don't make moves look and feel good. Rather than have a character with 8 attacks that are fun, the 30 attacks are just part of the combo formula. Mr. Dr. Officer, I've been preaching this for a very, 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 very long time. Like, Vampire Savior characters have moves that are just stupid, and they'll never work in a versus mode in an actual match. But holy shit, like, when you can actually just sit there and try to toy with someone and try to land something stupid, like, that shit feels good. And again, I've said this in the past, that people who make fighting games these days are so overly focused on mechanics that they've forgotten how to make it so that fighting games feel fun. You have to make somebody feel badass when they're playing your game. You just have to. I mean, again, like, let's go back to Smash Brothers. Like, someone one time asked, like, what is your favorite move ever in the history of fighting games to land on somebody? And for me, nothing will ever surpass PK Thunder, pow, and then smashing into somebody. Nothing will ever beat that for me, right? You know, Luigi, you know, flame uppercut, Jigglypuff sleep, Falcon punch. Like, these are moves that, like, you just feel like a fucking god when you land these things. And fighting games need to have more of that shit. And if people, like, are in the balance patches or, like, they get mad, like, why is this move here? You're just like, it's just fun. We don't care that this doesn't work in actual matches, but it's just really fun to land on people. Have fun, right? Yeah, absolutely. 100% Mr. Dr. Officer. Agreed. They don't feel good as they used to. There's just, they're missing that aspect. Which, you know, you can blame the esports side of things. Honestly, the esports side of things kind of messed that part up, because now people complain and you feel like every move has to have a purpose and whatever like that. And so when people are making fighting games, they're just not making games to be really dorky and silly anymore. And that is one of my biggest complaints about 2XKO. When I played it, is that I had no reason to ever believe that anything was a normal or a special. I didn't know what anything was. Like, the entire time I'm playing that game and I watch somebody do something, there is no point in time which a special move felt special. At all. There's just, like, no point in which, like, a special move felt like it deserved to be on special buttons, right? The buttons should just literally have been, you know, like light, medium, heavy, even heavier, and more heavy, right? Like, literally, you could have just made the game with that. And it actually probably would have been better, because that means that the 2 special move buttons would have had stuff that they did when you held down and back and forward and neutral on all of the buttons. And it would have felt like it made more sense, right? Like, nothing that I did in 2XKO made me necessarily feel like I was doing something cool. Like you said, that the fact that they just kind of serve the combo formula or the mix-up formula, that's what it feels like. I do this move because it links into this. I do this move because this is the wall bounce move that extends the combo, right? Like, there's just not enough things out there that are just like we need more Zangief Tundra Storms. We really do. We need more Zangief Tundra Storms. I don't care that it's never going to land on anything. But when you land it in a match, that becomes a Twitter clip, or that becomes a moment, or like, you're like, I'm streaming my Zangief play, and like, every time, you know, I land a Tundra Storm, I have to take a drink or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, or people will sub, like, you know, if I land a Tundra Storm, someone better sub, you know, like fighting games don't have enough of that right now. And that's why when I started playing Vampire Savior again, it just was immediate. I was just like, God, this feels good. Like landing Blue Hand with Bishaman just feels good, right? Like, you know, it's so important in fighting games, honestly. Oh, you know what? The noise you're probably hearing it? Is it actually? No, it's muted. I thought maybe it was like the fighting game over there. Like maybe it was Mai spinning her fans around or something like that. So, what's up, Lightus X? How you doing? Valve has written a lot about the importance of distinct silhouettes and poses for readability in PvP games, only then to ignore it themselves. Yeah, the importance there is very, very important. The analogy for fighting in real life. Ah, yes. Yeah, that's one I've talked about a lot, which doesn't happen often performing in a fighting game without prior knowledge, nothing being intuitive about the experience. Again, if I play League of Legends and someone tells me, click where you want to go, and then you want to attack these minions, click on them. Like, we all use computers. It's intuitive. And then if someone starts to attack you, you have these towers to run behind and feel safe, right? Yeah, sure, maybe you're causing your team problems because you're not holding your position or you're letting them take, you know, whatever, all this stuff, but you can run and you can feel like you got away. Especially when you have to play a while and then you get flash later on, and now you can run away even better. They reward you for playing by giving you an ability to run even better. In a FPS, like, sure, if I don't hold my position and don't hold the choke point because I'm scared someone's shooting at me and I just run away, right? But I run in an obvious pattern and I get shot and die, right? But even like in real life, like most people know, if there's somebody shooting at you in real life, you don't run in a straight line. Like even in real life, I think most people kind of know that. You don't run in a straight line if someone is shooting at you. Again, all these natural things that we humans do work in a lot of these games, except for fighting games. Like, it's just how it is. And so I don't get why people don't ever understand me when I say fighting games are harder to understand than all the other games out there. Whoa, what the heck? Is that a dailies bot? Is there a dailies bot? No, I think it's just some dude actually named Dailies, which is hilarious if that's actually the case. That's really funny. Let's see. That's why I'm enjoying Tekken so much lately. It still feels free, creative, and variety instead of just Drive Rush, yeah? And there's a lot of shit in Tekken, like, I'm king, I'm just gonna try to land Rolling Death Cradle on people, right? Like, now you can play strategically around that, but you know, it's kind of the same concept, right? Put stuff in there that just feels funny to land on people, honestly. But the house thing is what Strive does. Yeah, they did it, but like, it was late, it wasn't there at the very beginning, and you could tell they wanted it to be there at the beginning, because I always say in the beta, in the hotel lobby, in the hotel floor, there was a real estate section there. And when the game launched, the real estate section was gone. Like, there was literally a little thing in the hotel that said, like, real estate. And I know it was probably supposed to be bigger, and it just, by the time they got it in there, it was probably too late, unfortunately. So, crazy that no fighting games copied Overwatch and how they keep people playing. Character progression with skins, store, battle pass, limit. It's so obvious, but they're whiffing it. I mean, Street Fighter 6 kind of does that, but not really. Again, they're so desperate in trying to find ways to make money that they don't want to make it so that you can eventually earn fight coins so that you can get like costumes. Like those HUDs can only be obtained through fight coins. right? They can't be obtained through drive tickets. You have to spend money on the HUDs, like, which sucks because I want some of those HUDs. I can't justify spending the money on it because I'm broke. But like, man, if the dailies actually gave me something that was specifically called HUD points, and it would take me a really long time to get them, but eventually I probably would play ranked a lot more, honestly. And for people who aren't me, that would probably lead to a lot more people actually spending money on the game. But even more important, it makes sure that you have a larger player base playing online, which means your ranked matchmaking is more robust and more accurate, which helps a lot for beginners to play fighting games. Having a giant player base of all skill levels playing your game so that they can be matched up with skill-based matchmaking is so important. Every fighting game that doesn't have that becomes a Discord fighter, it just kills the ranked because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, man. Okay. Falcon Punch is beyond dope. Yep. Let's see. It just creates organic moments. Yep. Exactly. Let's see here. Strive was so wild post-release. Still pissed that Jacko and Baiko were ripped from their Exerd models. Were they? I actually didn't know. They were. We actually met at CEO 2011, believe it or not. You signed something for one of my friends. That's awesome, Dailies. That's awesome. Thank you for coming and supporting my stream 15 years later. Wow, that sounds nuts. Thank you for coming and supporting my stream 15 years later. Man, that deserves a heart. Thank you. There you go. That's such a good argument. Again, TM9001, which one is that? What's the good argument? Was it the same thing again that, yeah, you know, even if you play paint gun, like, you know how to aim at people and try to shoot them, but then when anybody gets into a fight, it's that thing again. Hot take, but I think free to try is the future of fighting games. Devs still get revenue for fighting games purchases, while consumers have the accessibility of a free version of the core PvP gameplay. You know the crazy thing, JDP? I still think a fighting game. Look, so this is my idea, and I don't know how realistic this works because you're gonna have to be able to build it. Like, you're gonna have to be able to partner with Sony. You're going to have to partner with Steam. But for fighting games specifically, or maybe other genres, you can do this and actually might work out pretty decently. But, you know, it's just going to depend on the game. This should not happen for every game. But for fighting games, need to have a mode of online play that you get into by buying tokens. So you spend $5, you get like 40 tokens, and all the different fighting game companies are going to buy into this idea. And then you're like, oh, sick, Avatar, I want to try this game out. So they put in a token and they play. But it's like a car lease. It's a car lease in which if you put enough tokens into the game, you get the game. Right? So let's say a game costs $60, right? But if you put in like $80 worth of tokens into the game, you own the game. That's kind of my idea with that. Tekken Rev had that. They moved past that. Yeah, but the problem is it's not, it was just for Tekken. This needs to be something built into Steam. You should have to buy these things from Steam or the PlayStation account, and it should work across all fighting games. This is the problem, right? I don't think that this can ever happen. But this is how I feel like it would work. This is how I feel like it should work for fighting games. Because this is such a difficult genre to get into. Making somebody buy a $60 game and then spend $30 on the DLC. And in these days, a lot of times it's a $70 fighting game. And then spend $30 on DLC to play the game and find out you don't like it. Like, you might be better off letting people play it and try it. And you know what? If it turns out they don't like it and stop playing it, they probably weren't going to buy it in the first place, right? And Steam has the ability to return things. But I'm telling you right now, the number of people who are like, yeah, I'm going to buy this game, and then they don't like it and stop playing is probably really low. Because I feel like if you are, people buy fighting games because they know they want to play it, right? And yeah, it's happened before. People buy fighting games and they end up not liking it. On Steam, though, if it's early enough, you can still return the game. But I personally believe that a person who would buy tokens and put 4 tokens into a game and just be like, you know what, this game sucks, probably was not going to buy that fighting game. So you are not losing that money, right? But having it just be like a token per game means that you have a higher chance of getting people hooked. And the only thing you can do is play online versus. That's it. You don't have access to anything else, right? Or maybe you tease them with some one-player content or maybe a little bit of training mode or something like that. Every token you spend, you get a bonus of half hour of training mode. Something like that, right? And I really, because you have to dedicate a lot to a fighting game. Whereas if you buy a game like God of War, if you buy a game like Expedition 33, if you buy a game like Undertale, you know if you put enough time into the game, you're gonna beat the game, right? So like, you can buy a game and you can play it, and if you don't like it, you may stop, and that happens to all of us, but you know that if you keep playing it, you're gonna enjoy it. But the problem with fighting games is that if you buy it, there's no guarantee you're gonna get anything out of it. Like, there's actually a high chance that you could buy the fighting game, play 3 matches online, and be like, I never want to play this again. And so most people are not going to buy the fighting game to begin with. So I really feel like that's kind of a thing that has to happen, because that also ensures more people are playing online, which means you have better skill-based matchmaking, which increases the enjoyment of a lot of players and makes it so they're not like Discord fighters as much. And if you do keep putting in those tokens and you get oh my God, I've spent $50 in tokens on this game, but if you just keep doing the tokens, you're going to own the game eventually. I think that there's just a lot of merit to that. But again, they could try that and it would be the biggest failure. That's just an idea that I have. I have no guarantee that would work. I have no evidence. So, it's just weird. Fighting games are hard. It's so hard to get people to play fighting games, man. It's really, really hard. Tech and Rev have that move past that. Yeah. Rent to own. Don't give Steam any ideas here. People are feeling weird about game ownership, so I don't think people will buy it. Yeah, it's probably, again, it's just because the environment is so weird that people probably wouldn't do it. Yeah. So an infinitely purchasable game trial that gives you full access to the game ending after a set amount of time. If you purchase this full game trial enough, you now own the game. Not really like that. It's just literally you put in a token just so you can play somebody online. Just so you could just fight somebody online and have a good time. And that way, if you get beat up, you don't feel like, oh, I spent $70 on this game just to get beat up online. You can play it, get beat up, and just be like, whatever, and then put in another token and just kind of go at it again, right? Now, the hard part about that is then it starts to delve into the realm of gambling, because you could really ruin some people that way. But that's why automatically, if you spend a certain amount of tokens, you own the game and now it's free, right? To prevent the gambling problem and to always make it feel like when people are putting tokens into the game that it's going somewhere, you know? But the cool thing about it is if you put a token into the game, if you win your ranked match, you get to play the next match for free. You only have to put another token if you lose, right? So you put in a token and you win, you keep playing and you win, you keep playing. That's dangerous because people who are really good can abuse that. But I don't know, like there's a lot of ways that this could go horribly, horribly wrong. And so, like I said, I know it's not a foolproof solution, but it's just an idea that I'm spitballing, honestly. Oh God, it's hard. And people don't realize, like people, like when they sit here and talk about fighting games as equally as hard to get into as everything else, they're ignoring the fact that they are completely wrong and that we have to do more to get people to play fighting games. We do. We have to get people to play fighting games. Like, we have to work harder and we have to figure out different ways to get people to play fighting games more. Because there's just no way that you're ever going to get more than Street Fighter 6 numbers with a fighting game. And this is not to say that Street Fighter 6, it's because Street Fighter 6 is better. It's because Street Fighter 6 is an IP that's literally based on the idea that you're going to go play a fighting game and you have to get better at it, right? You could have the greatest IP in the world and make it the greatest fighting game in the world, but it's still hard to get crazy numbers because it's the nature of the genre. It's really, really hard. And so we have to understand that. We have to understand that when we are making a fighting game, that you have to take into account a lot of this weird shit in order for the game to succeed, honestly. And it's hard. It's hard. Fighting games is not a genre that's easy to get into. I think fighting games just need an anime to show it off, like Street Fighter 2 V. Well, I mean, look, Girls Don't Play Fighting Games is doing an anime, and they're like basically shilling the F out of Street Fighter 6 in that anime right now, right? But I don't think that's gonna like make it that much crazier. If a fighting game has an anime, I'm less likely to play it. I played Street Fighter 2 when I was 8 years old. I've been enjoying them since. I guess it's generational. But also, it's just, you know, you already have that mindset, JX3. You've been playing it for a really long time. And that's the thing. The reason why everybody played Street Fighter 2 in the arcade is because it was revolutionary. Everybody was having a great time. And it kind of became such a cultural phenomenon that you weren't cool if you didn't play it. Like, I can't explain to people how big it got in Street Fighter 2 days. It was a cultural phenomenon. Everybody knew what Street Fighter 2 was. Even to this day, people who didn't play Street Fighter 2, who were alive when Street Fighter 2 was released, know what Street Fighter 2 is. I get more people making Street Fighter references to me that are all based on Street Fighter 2 when I tell them this is what I do than anything else. Everybody played Street Fighter 2 back then because you just weren't cool if you didn't. So everybody played it. Everybody played it. And so a lot of people who played it back then and really fell in love with it and still play Street Fighter now, we got weaned into the mindset. We understand what it takes to play a fighting game. But a lot of people today don't. A lot of people have no idea what they're getting into when they play a fighting game. Like I said, people oftentimes get mad at me when I say fighting games are hard. They're like, don't say that. They're not that hard. But I need people to know what they're getting into because that's how you're going to maintain them. That's how you're going to retain them. Because if you tell them, oh, no, fighting games, yeah, they're easy. They're simple. And then they turn out to be literally the most demoralizing competitive online genre of video games that has ever been invented. They're not going to stick with it. They're not going to stick with it. Like, I talk about fighting games, like, negatively, not to be negative. But that's why I always say, when you get good at it, it is the most rewarding damn thing you will ever experience. It's hard. You're going to really start to doubt yourself as a human being trying to get good at fighting games. But when it clicks, it is like the most euphoric moments that you will ever get. Me and David were saying that on commentary. The first time you play a fighting game against someone and you're just like, I know what they're going to do. Like every guess. They wake up, I can do this. They wake up, I can, oh my, I think they're going to jump. And they jump and you DP and you're like, they're going to not do anything. I can throw them. And like, you read everything they do like 7 times in a row. You're just going to be like, oh my God, I get it now. Like all of a sudden, like this just like, it's such a euphoric moment. Dave was doing the chef's kisses thing because that's what it feels like. It's just like, it's like so euphoric. Whenever you hit those, oh my God, this clicked moments, it's just like the greatest thing ever, dude. It's just the greatest thing ever. But it's gonna be really fucking hard to get there. But I don't say that to discourage you because a lot of things in this world that don't matter, like from a completely like I need to earn money, like from a hobby standpoint, is hard to learn, but worth it. Because when you go to that party and you bust out, you see someone has a guitar and you pick up the guitar and you're like, oh, I've dabbled in this. No. And everyone's like, oh my God, you play the guitar? Like, that shit's awesome, right? Like, but there's nothing about fighting games that's easy. I mean, about guitar play that's easy. There's nothing about sleight of hand with playing cards that's easy. But when you bust that out at a party and people are like, oh shit, how'd you do that? And you do the magic trick because you know how to double fold, you know how to double flip a card, or, you know, or to palm cards and stuff like that. That shit's awesome. When you learn how to juggle, that shit's awesome. None of this has any relevance at all to your career, perhaps, or whatever. But all of it is hard. And so that's why I teach fighting games as this shit's hard, but it's so worth it, dude. It's so worth it. Oh, man. Hey, thank you for the follow, Soft Samurai. Appreciate it. My teacher in the 90s knew the Street Fighter names. Yep, exactly. It's hard to get good, and also some people just never click with it. Yep. Cigar Bob knows. He's been playing fighting games the whole time. 1v1 games are usually hard by definition. RTS, Quake. Yeah, but even those, like, outside of like Zerg rushes, but even RTSs, you can spend the first part of the game reading up like, here's the build tree for Protoss. Okay, let's just follow this, and like you just kind of like calmly build your stuff and build your resources. Fighting is like round 1 fight. I got hit. Oh, I got knocked down. I got up. I guessed wrong. I died. I got 2-touched from round start. What? Right? That's fighting games. Honestly. Like, you didn't even get to do anything. You just watch yourself get comboed twice. You literally didn't get to do anything. Like, that's fighting games, right? And we're angry about trying to trick people into playing our genre? Like, no, like we have to work so hard to get people to play our genre. And if we have to do it by tricking people with goofy one-player content or whatever, like, that's what we have to do, man. Like, there's no honor in no one playing your game, dude. Seriously. And I don't shift this into what Pat the Flip said in his article, okay? Because I'm talking about like literally 0 people playing your game. Because again, a lot of people were playing 2XKO, okay? It was actually doing really well at tournaments. I'm just talking about like literally 0 people playing your game. Let's see. The moment you understood the RPS was one of those. Ding! Yeah, absolutely. The next fighting game you shake up the genre like Street Fighter 2 and Smash did. Vampire Survivor did that with roguelikes, and now it's its own different genre onto itself. Yeah, I'll tell you this, Mr. Doctor Officer, and if that's really what your name is, I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying it because it's just fun to say. But if I am saying it wrong, please let me know, and I would definitely correct myself. But trust me, if I did make my own fighting game, because, you know, like I said, I do know what I would do with it. If I did make my own fighting game because I wanted to try something different, it would actually be really different. I would actually try something pretty weird. And I'm sure a lot of people will look at it and be like, why has nobody done this before? And yeah, I would do something really, really different, honestly. To be clear, cute girls are not praising you for playing fighting games. That's definitely not true, especially these days. If you're, that's a very interesting subset of 90s fighting game players who lulled themselves into believing they're good at them because they always beat their younger siblings on the SNES, and who are now not dealing well with the reality check online play brought that they were a big fish in an extremely small pond. Yes, that's true too. Very, very true. I still remember my very first online match in StarCraft long ago. Poor me spent like 40 minutes building like 4 buildings and a few soldiers. I then got swarmed by maxed out carriers with invisibility. Anyways, that shit was hilarious. It is Mr. Doctor Officer. Sick. I like that name, by the way. It's a good name. But yeah, you know, fighting games are hard to make, man. Fighting games are hard to make. And like I said, I really feel like, unfortunately, bringing it back to the original topic, I really feel like 2XKO, its biggest problem, 1, the name sucked, and 2, I just don't think that there was a unified message across the project. You know, I really do feel like the Japanese tendency to have the auteur, the guy on the top, Sakurai, Harada, Itagaki, even Nakayama, Matsumoto-san, you know, like having somebody at the top who can be like, look, this is what I want the fighting game to be. And I get to kind of have all the final say, right? Who's like, look, what you guys are doing is not gelling with what I want to do. You have to change it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but you have to change it because I'm in charge. Like, I think in terms of video game genres for fighting games, it's one of the most important things, right? Regardless of what you think of him or his game, Skullgirls was that way, right? Mike Z really got to make Skullgirls the way that he wanted to, at least, you know, for the early parts of it and stuff. And it found a pretty strong audience base after it was released. You know, having that kind of direction, one guy in charge. And it is scary because that person, I'm not saying this because I just talked about Mike Z, I'm just saying this, is that the problem is that person can turn out to be like absolutely crazy, or, you know, turns out to make, you know, it's like that one guy who made that terrible movie. I forgot what his name is. That really famous movie that was like really famous for being terrible. But you know, it can absolutely happen. But, you know, The Room, thank you. Yeah, thank you. But, you know, it's so important for a fighting game, because if you don't have a unified message, if you don't have a unified goal, if you don't have a unified vision for the game, the fighting game is gonna get torn asunder. And that really is what happened to 2XKO. That's really just what happened to that game, is that marketing and the higher ups wanted something that wasn't what the devs were making. So again, it's not anybody's fault. It's just that I just don't think that the goal was unified between all the pieces. And again, I'm talking about marketing and higher ups and the devs. There's a lot more to it than that too. There's going to be a lot more pieces that we're probably all fighting for something different. And so it's a really tough situation. It is a really tough situation. I don't blame anyone in particular except for the person who made up 2XKO as a name. But outside of that, like there's too many moving parts to blame it on one person or another. And go read Pat the Flip's blog article. You make your own decisions out of that. Again, I personally don't agree with it because, like I said, I'm the kind of person that would be like, oh my gosh, I'm making a game for this company. I think that this is the kind of audience we should be aiming for. Let's make that game. And I will do my best to make it interesting, even if it is something like I have to be simpler, right? That's my mentality. But there's a lot of people out there who are like, you know what? If I'm going to work for this company, like I'm going to do what I want to do until they tell me not to, kind of thing. But like, I'm going to learn, I'm going to gain experience. I'm going to do all this stuff because jobs are fleeting, because they could fire you any day. So I'm going to make sure I benefit from making this game more than the company. And again, that's a completely legit way to think. So, nobody's right on the debates about that blog post. Again, I mean, it's crazy because like people might watch my streams all the time and they're just like, James, you never pick a side. You're just so wishy-washy. You're trying so hard to not be mean to everybody. And it's not that. It's just that I just know that everything is way more complicated. And like I said, I tell you what my side is, and I tell you that I would have done things differently or not. But again, it's just like, what are the lessons to be learned from this? And how do we make sure we don't do this again, right? Like, that's the important part. Honestly, that's the important part. Let's see here. I can get you that in a second. Give me a second here. Shloop doop doop. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Hi. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Oh, you're such a cutie. You're such a cutie. Let's see here. Nathan, you are blocking me from doing this. Here we go. Here we go. Let me know if that comes up. Let me know if that comes up for you guys. I'm reminded of the Homer's car episode of The Simpsons. I actually have referred to that a couple of times when I've talked about this. I've actually referred to that because it's honestly a great lesson. That episode is actually a good lesson to learn. Anyways, it's 12:30. Usually around this time is when I stop, and Nathan is obviously hungry. So I'm gonna feed this boy. I did paste the link in there for you guys if you want to watch it, but that's what I've got for today. I only planned one topic because I knew I would be talking about this for a long time. And it's kind of weird because like every time I talk about any fighting game topic, it always kind of circles back to a lot of the messaging that I've been kind of obsessed over. But, turning the filter off again, I'm right a lot. Okay, turning the filter back on. But I think it's important. I think a lot of those subject matter that I talk about are kind of it's important to keep reiterating them because again, Daigo said at one time he really believes that. I mean, one time someone asked him, "Do you think fighting games are outdated?" And Daigo was like, "Yes." And I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think fighting games are woefully outdated. I feel like we're stuck in a rut. There's so many innovations we can add to fighting games. Which is why it drives me nuts when people are like, Smash is not a fighting game. Dude, again, Smash is the smartest fighting game ever created. I still truly believe it's the most genius fighting game ever made. Sorry if you don't agree with that being a fighting game. But specifically, maybe, like Smash 64, Smash Melee. I'll start with the beginnings of it. But again, like, it's just, we need to do more. The genre needs to try to do more, honestly. And we have to be better about how we talk about the genre. Because we spend all of our time being really cliquish. We're so like, my game's better than your game, kind of garbage, and like, we don't realize how different the environment is with having to buy games and DLC as opposed to 25 cents at an arcade. We're, like I said, when Daigo says the genre is outdated, the way that I say it is that the way that the people in this genre, in this hobby, the biggest fans of fighting games, when we talk about fighting games, we talk about fighting games in the most immature way possible. We all suck at talking about fighting games. And I've been trying very hard to try to increase the maturity to not come up with, but to advance the way that we talk about fighting games into a much more mature and much more detailed and analytical way so that we can talk about this genre in ways that we can finally actually help ourselves in this genre. Honestly. And so I really feel like the way we talk about fighting games is extremely immature. And I'm not talking about like name calling and stuff like that, but because we talk about it as, oh, this game better, that game, blah, 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 all this stuff, or all fighting games should, this, no. Like, we can talk about this. Fighting games are so deep, they have so much about them that makes them so special of a genre. There's so many facets to fighting games. There's so many moving pieces, so many factors that make fighting games fun and make fighting games bad. There's just so many knobs and stuff like that, and there's so many mentalities and so many views and so many ways that you can look at fighting games, that we all keep talking about fighting games like it's just one simple genre and that all fighting games should, and that will make it so that everybody loves, will keep us so that we never get better as a genre. The only way we're going to get better as a genre is by understanding just how much depth there is, how much different fighting games appeal to different people, how different mindsets work at fighting games, how different people get different things out of fighting games, how some people just don't have as much time, but they still love it. There's so many factors into fighting games, and there's so much room for so many different kinds of fighting games that we just have to understand. This is the fighting game for the guy who doesn't have as much time. This is the fighting game for the guy who really wants to get deep into the weeds. This is the fighting game, there's so much room for so much variety in this genre that satisfies so many different people that none of these games ever have to compete with each other. It's literally just, oh, you like that game? I get it. It's because you not, no, your game sucks, mine's better, you know, like, it's just like, and then once we start talking about fighting games more intelligently like this, it will lead to more innovations and it will lead to the ability for people to make better fighting games. I've been playing this genre for over 35 years. I probably shouldn't have spent all my life in this genre, but that's the path I've chosen in my life. So look, I might be weird putting this much importance and stock into talking about this, but it matters a lot to me. I like this genre, man. I just really want to see this genre be awesome. That's all it really comes down to. So, okay, all right. When your core pool is old-fashioned at heart and does present an issue, even if technically the genre benefits through innovations, yeah. Smash has been the player base to back it up. Smash has the player base, yeah. Could you make video or segment on how arena fighting games can be more competitive? Are you talking about like the, you know, Dragon Ball sparking kind of games, or like Kill a Kill? There was the Kill a Kill game that was kind of like the arena fighting game, more like the Dissidia fighting games and the Gundam fighting games, right? Is that basically what you're talking about? I probably couldn't because I don't have enough experience with those games. So I would not be the expert to talk about those games. Because even right now, if you ask me, I couldn't tell you what's wrong with them. I have no idea. So I wouldn't even start to pretend that I would know enough about those genres to tell you how to make them more competitive, honestly. So yeah. So I would love to try Noxo, but I don't think I could do it. I don't think I'd be the right person to do that. You're the Dan Carlin of the FGC. Who the heck is Dan Carlin? Who the heck is Dan Carlin? I don't know. Like Dissidia, yeah. If I may, sir, might I suggest checking out Netcode Warriors? I believe it is going for a more competitive arena fighting game experience. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me links to that on Discord and stuff like that, where I can go and look it up, I'd be totally down to look into it. But I can't promise you I would have any specific knowledge about it, or I would feel comfortable enough knowing enough about the genre to actually just be like, yeah, I know, blah, you know, kind of things. So like, I'm not sure I would ever feel comfortable enough to be able to give like kind of opinions like that. So anyways, all right. Thank you guys for tuning in. I've got this thing to feed over here. Again, he is such a good cat. What a good chunk. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Nope, actually, I want to do this. What a good cat. What a good cat. What a good cat. Actually, I don't want to do it this way. Let me do it a different way here. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Oh, you are a good cat. Oh, you are a good cat. Mwah. Mwah. I know you guys are all jealous because I can give Nathan kisses and he's cool with it. I mean, he's used to me giving him kisses since he was a baby, so he doesn't I mean, he tries to recoil from it. Sometimes when he's lying down and I try to kiss him, he starts to move away. Like, he's like, did he mute the mic? No, okay. Yeah, see? He's not letting me kiss him right now. Yep, see, he's running. All right, Nathan, come here, come here. Yeah, Nathan, good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. And if you are not affectionate like this with your pets, then you have never lived. I totally recommend it. I totally recommend it. Good boy. All right, guys, thank you for tuning in. Let me see if there's anybody I can raid. Let's see if there's anybody that I can raid. So there's that thing again where I say the same thing twice in a row, and I don't know why I do it. Let's see what do we got here? We were talking about Avatar. Let's see who's streaming some Avatar. Oh, K7 Show Off is streaming, and so is Barbar. They're both streaming this.
A vibes chart.
Vibes chart, you say? Oh, like a matchup chart? I don't understand.
No, just like how I felt about the game.
I'm trying to see if he's about to quit his stream. Because he's just sitting on the menu. You know how that happens? Like everyone always raids somebody when they're about to quit the stream. Let's see what Barbar is doing here. It's live and I don't see anything on the screen. There's literally nothing on the screen. What happened here? Did Barbar stop? Huh. Weird. Okay. Let's go back to K7 here.
Yeah, man,
I think that last set we played, the first versus 10 was good, and then the last versus 7 was good. But like past the first 10, I was feeling like
That's a good point. The stream length.
My brain.
Yeah, he's only been up for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
But yeah, we'll reconvene tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night, bro.
Alright, bro, you too.
Peace.
Oh nope, they're all saying peace to each other right now.
The harder when he did the money spread? No. And if he did, who cares? Oh, Punk can say whatever he wants, bro. He was the GOAT. I'm going to bed.
Are you playing or not? I can't tell. Okay, I have no idea. I know, Nathan. Okay, Barbar is talking about tier lists right now. So, you know what? All right, I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to send you guys over there. All right, guys, enjoy some Avatar tier discussions with Barbar, and I'll see you guys later. Take care.
And potential Avatar, man. I'll see it's over here. Azula.
It was Tuesday,